Mr. Christians. Hoe Japan. Listen, can you plug this in? Where did you come from? Hey? I didn't bring my plug.
But you must have a plug there.
Masithandaze. Almighty God, we have called us to govern this province. We ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and will promote the interests of all our people. On machtige God on speed, dat u gedrend ons vergadrings. Ons dien deges wysheid sal gee, en ons motiewe sever sal. En dat u ons sal help om ons te kortkominge te oorkom. En al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikelela Nkosi ilizwe lethu nabantu balo. Umisele Nkosi ukulunga kwiphondo lethu. Nkosi sikelela iAfrika. Gcina abantwana bayo. Khokhela Nkosi inkokheli zayo. Nike uxolo Nkosi iAfrika. All this we beg in your most holy name. Amen. You may all be seated. Welcome the honorable members, the premier leaders of political parties, and of course the honorable members. Some are connected in a virtual platform. We've got a large contingent of the honorable members in the House, and we appreciate that the chamber is very warm today with the both sides of the House fully clothed. So thank you, honorable members, for being here with us here in the chamber. I also need to appreciate the stakeholders who are connected in the virtual platform, in the chamber, in the gallery, of course, this gallery here in the chamber, in the gallery, in the virtual platform. Let me just remind the honorable members that you know the rules of the virtual platforms. It is not for me to remind you at this stage because you are accustomed to our systems. You've been really using this system for over 2 years. So we really are all affair with how the systems work. Kindly observe the protocol of the conduct of the virtual meetings. And of course, this is a hybrid meeting. Do not activate your camera if you not speaking and your microphone if you're not speaking. But also the honorable members who are in the chamber, please do not connect on your virtual platform because you are here in the chamber with us. I also need to request kindly that everybody else who is not a member of parliament, please do not activate your microphone and your camera at any given stage because you will not be participating in the debate, but you will very much observe, and we appreciate you being here with us today. Honorable members, without taking much of your time, this rule, rule number 40, in terms of the standing rules, has become more important lately because members, as you know, there will be a debate later. I would like to request that we respect one another and we conduct ourselves within the decorum that is expected of a honorable member of this parliament. At this point, I wish to recognize the Chief Whip. I have been informed that now it's still very difficult. I'm going to recognize the Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. I move the first motion on the order paper.
Thank you, Honorable the Deputy Chief Whip. There is no list of speakers, and we'll request that the honorable members, if you recall, this is a motion that is in the order paper in the name of the Deputy Chief Whip. As we remember the late Honorable Porter, and I would like to request that the honorable members who so wish to participate as the political parties do so, so that we're able to respectfully, as this House, do so to recognize the late Chief Whip. I recognize the ANC. No speakers?
Speaker, our Chief Whip will be doing so virtually.
Oh, thank you. Honorable the Chief Whip, Mangwale.
May I ask that you pass for now, Speaker? I'll come back.
You'll come in. Sorry, honorable members.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
All right. May I then, honorable members, begin with the EFF? The EFF? Not here. The good?
We're here, Speaker. We're here.
Ngena Ngqondo.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me also welcome the Premier in the House. But on behalf of the EFF, we wish to express and extend our sadness and as well as our condolences to the Democratic Alliances, the ruling party, for having lost one of their members. Who served as the chief whip of this August House and made sure that under the circumstances we did our house with the gratitude it deserves. But in essence, what we want to appeal on is to look very well towards each other. What we have noted that this giant fellow member of parliament passed on with her boots on. It meant that we ought to look at each other's wellness. There needs to be within the system, appealing to you, Mr. Speaker, that there needs to be a way where we would be able to detect if we are all still well. And if needs be, that there should be assistance that is provided to assist some of our members. We do not wish to have a repetition of such a case. And furthermore, to appeal to the Department of Health and Wellness that as government, as we are going to extend such a service to the greater citizenry of the Western Cape, it should start with the House. But to the Democratic Alliance, the Botha family, the people of West Coast and the Western Cape, we say be strong, because we knew how strong this leader was. And let us remain accommodative towards each other and work well with one another, because we do not know when will we lose each other? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Xhego. Honorable members, I now recognize the good party.
Thank you, Comrade.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Good Movement, its leaders, public representatives, members, supporters, and our constituents, I would like to pass my condolences to the family, friends, and loved ones of the late Honorable Lorraine Botha. On Wednesday, 31st August 22, the Western Cape Provincial Legislature lost a tree amongst its ranks, an individual who cared deeply for the work of this House, her portfolios, her role as a public representative, and whose sole purpose was to change as many lives as possible. At the memorial service of Honorable Lorraine, we had the opportunity to be reminded of her kindness, love, and generous spirit through the memories of family, friends, and members of this institution. She touched many hearts and changed numerous of lives, and the principles in which she upheld her oath of office was done with a great deal of integrity and respect towards the Constitution and the institutions in which she served, both politically and within government. Speaker, public servants of such high caliber are hard to come by, as servant leadership is the moral compass setting the course for their work. The example of Honorable Botha will now serve as a guide to many here and elsewhere, and it is my wish that we all adopt this exemplary style of leadership in all the diverse capacities in which we serve. I would like to convey my wishes of strength and comfort to the family and their colleagues during this trying and difficult time. I can assure you all that it will be hard, and let no one tell you otherwise. It is my hope that they find comfort in their memories of her, find peace in their love, and know that she invested her life in changing the lives of others. A greater and more remarkable sacrifice does not exist. Rest well, Honorable Lorraine Botha, till we meet again.
Thank you, Honorable August. Honorable members, I now recognize the ACDP.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the ACDP, it was with a sense of shock and disbelief when I received the news of the passing of just not a colleague, but a friend of mine. Words fail to come to mind, to come to grips with a sudden passing. I met Lorraine Botha in 2014 in the legislature, and she was my chairperson when it came to education, and we served on a community safety together. And as I said, she was just not a colleague. And as I said at the memorial, we had a convention. We may differ in the house, but outside of this house, we made a commitment to be friends forever. As the ACDPN, we want to commend her devotion and the passion she had for people and the contributions she made. She was hard, but she was also friendly, and she was straightforward. She was also a mother figure to many younger colleagues. She could be trusted. Speaker, she could be trusted. And she would never betray anyone. We want to thank her, and again, you know what it is to be in a political party, and when you're in a political party, any political party, you like family. So the DA will miss her because you like family. And but when it comes to death, we cannot determine death, but everybody must die. And as I said, we will miss her outwardly, but not inwardly, because her memories will last forever. And I really pray that to her family and friends, that that the memories that she created, that they will become the carriers of that memory going forward. And the memory that I want to leave with this house is that she was a caring person, a loving person, and gave everything that she had. She was a committed worker, giving everything she had to uplift the people of the Western Cape in this country. May his soul rest in peace. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christian, for those kind words. Honorable members, I now recognize the FF Plus.
Geachte Speaker, ek wil my medelee uitspreek teenoor die familie, vriende, collega's in die DA en ook aan die oppositiekant van die ontslape, achtbare lid Lorraine Botha. 'n Mens besef en weet nooit die pyn wat 'n ander voel nie. So ek wil nie sê, I feel your pain nie. Ek wil my dus slegs uitspreek oor hoe ek voel nadat ek die tyding ontvang het van haar dood. Ek was verslae. Ek was geskok. Ek was hartseer. Maar as 'n Christen glo ek, die Here het daar vir ons geleen. Die Here het daar teruggeneem na haar hemelse woning. Ek glo, as gelowige, dit was alles deel van God se plan vir haar, soos met elkeen van ons wat hier sit. Ons weet nie God se plan met ons nie. Ons berus ons daarby met innerlike hartseer, want die mense van die Weskus het hulle ligtoring verloor. 'n Ligtoring wat drenkelinge, matrose kan wys. Kom hiernatoe, kom na my toe, hier is hulp. Weskusse mense het daai ligstraal wat van die ligtoring kom, Mevrou Botha, verloor. God het dit finaal afgeskakel. Hierdie huis sal die vakuum wat sy nalat swaarlik kan vul. She's left a vacancy in this house that will be difficult to fill. We must mourn her death, but also build on the example she has set for everyone in this house. Thank you.
Badangi Parliamentary. Honorable members, I now recognize the Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Al-Jama, I would like to extend my heartfelt condolences to the family, colleagues, members of the DA, all the members of the Western Cape Legislature, at the sad passing of Honorable Lorraine Botha, the Chief Whip of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. We will remember Honorable Botha, who held her position as Chief Whip of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament with great pride and in a warm and friendly manner. We further salute her for her dedication and commitment to change the lives of the indigent people. May the legacy she leaves behind be an inspiration for all of us, continue to be at the service of our constituencies. We pray to the Almighty to shower contentment over her loved ones and all those whose lives she has touched. I thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Brancase. Honorable members, I now recognize the ANC, the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The sad passing of Lorraine Botha on the last day of Women's Month is significant. The dreadful news of her untimely death was met with great grief across the caucus of the ANC in the Western Cape Provincial Legislature. At such a time, political differences are put aside to appreciate life and acknowledge the great strides the person had made to improve a lot of others. The late Ms. Botha served as my counterpart as Chief Whip for the Democratic Alliance just for under 3 months. We had entered the legislature together in 2014 and had to learn the ropes of serving the people of the Western Cape together. A hard worker who died with her boots on. In her office, Ms. Botha was impeccable in her appearance and gracious in her demeanor. Whereas we thought she could have done more to hold the provincial government to account, she did not think twice of holding fellow members of the provincial legislature accountable. When fellow MPLs referred to oversight visits as trips, she would promptly remind them that it was not a trip, but that they were still doing their jobs. These visits, funded by the taxpayers, deserved the necessary professionalism and had to produce the required outcomes. First and foremost, for Ms. Botha came the people of the Western Cape. During her first term, the Honorable Botha served as chairperson of the Standing Committee of the Premier and Constitutional Affairs. In 2014, she led the processes on the proposed amendments to sections 71 and 78 of the Constitution of the Western Cape. Though neither of these amendments were eventually passed, the Honorable Botha emphasized that at that time, engagement by the Western Cape Provincial Parliament with the people of the province is a function of a democratic constitutionalism. It amounts to government by the people as it allows for public input into matters that affect citizens. She was committed to democracy. On her re-election in 2019, Ms. Botha was elected as the chairperson of the Education Standing Committee and prioritized the welfare of educators and learners, paying tribute to the former maths educator Thulani Mangoyi at Haynes Park Primary School when he was shot and killed while sitting in his car on the school's premises in 2021. Ms. Botha said that, I quote, "Teachers are pillars of communities, and there is no doubt that Mr. Mangoyi leaves behind a legacy of upliftment to all who passed through his classroom," close quote. As a former teacher herself and a pillar in our provincial parliament, Ms. Botha went on to chair the Standing Committee on the Premier and Constitutional Affairs again earlier this year, and then promoted as the DA's first Black woman to be chief whip in the legislature. The significance for me, the ANC's first woman chief whip, was not lost, and while she had succeeded Mireille Wenger MPL, there was consolation that our provincial legislature was finally giving recognition to capable women. Our thoughts and prayers continue to be with the family, her children, and colleagues in the DA. As someone who loved the West Coast, the words of the Afrikaans poet Ingrid Jonker come to mind when thinking of the now late Lorraine Botha, small blue Namakwala and Daisy, answering something, believing something, knowing something. May her soul continue to rest in peace. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip, and of course, siyabulela ngamazwi amnandi Mangwane. I now recognize the DA. Deputy Chief Whip.
Agbare Speaker, liefste, jy mag nie doodgaan nie. Jy mag nie eers durf dink aan doodgaan nie. Ek wat agterbly, bolsem met jou in taal, vou jou in woorde, dat môre kan erfen hê en kan hou. Ek dra hierdie geskrewe woorde van Ankie Krog op vir ons rooibos dogter, die wyle hoofsweep, die agbare mevrou Lorraine Botha. 'n gemeenskapsaktivis van formaat. Opgelei as 'n maatskaplike werker, sy het agter ieder en elk gekyk. Voordat sy by die DA aangesluit het, het Lorraine die vroeë dele van haar loopbaan by die Departement van Maatskaplike Ontwikkeling by die Bonnytown plek van veiligheid deurgebring, waar sy daaraan toegewy het om die beste moontlike sorg aan hoë risiko jeug te verskaf. Sy het tyd saam met die SOS kinderdorpe deurgebring wat 'n lewenslange affiniteit vir kinders weerspieël het en 'n begeerte gehad om die mees kwesbare op te hef. 'n Toegewyde staatsamptenaar en 'n fel parlementêre advokaat. Haar toewyding was aansteeklik, soos ons sal sien in gesondheid, onderwys, maatskaplike ontwikkeling, plaaslike regering en premierportefeuilles. Later sal ons sien hoe sy verhef word tot die eer van hoofsweep, erkenning van hoë standaarde, uitnemendheid, passie en bekwaamheid. Sy sal deur haar suster Jeanette Meistrie en haar niggie en neef Angelo en Angelique onthou word. Ons sal haar in ons harte koester. Want soos Antjie Krog ons herinner, ons gaan nie toelaat dat enigiemand durf om te dink aan die dood van jou nalatenskap nie. Môre sal jy onthou ons rooibosdogter. Ons sal seker maak, ons gaan, ons sal, ons moet. Sy het ons elke dag herinner van ons verkose plig aan ons gemeenskappe, want ons werk met die mense se geld. Sy was regverdig en aan ander kante geluister. Sy het geveg vir elke kind van die Weskaap, van Matsikama tot Beaufort, tot Pietou tot Kaapstad. Ek gaan ons sonneblomplant sessies mis, ons rooibos afsprake, ons verlore raak in vreemde plekke, ons skemerkelkies met sonsondergang, ons mosselpotte en ons omstrede oud en jonk advies vir mekaar oor verhoudinge en hoe die nie so skoner sekse brein werk. Die gelag en die gejubel, maar ook die trane en seerkry. Hierdie week neem ons afskeid van 'n vriendin en kollega. Ons hoop net dat ons braaf genoeg is om aan jou nalatenskap te voldoen. Jy mag nie doodgaan nie. Jy mag nie doodgaan nie. Jy mag nie eers durf dink aan doodgaan nie. Rooibosdogter, vandag tafel ons jou nalatenskap in die boeke van parlementêre geskiedenis. Speaker, ek plaas hierdie mosie op jou tafel. Ek dank u.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. Before we conclude with the motion, I would like to request the Sergeant at Arms, the Deputy Sergeant at Arms, to lead the candle in memory of our former Chief Whip. Thank you, Mr. Naidu. Honorable Premier, honorable members, the leaders of political parties, the staff members of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, the staff on the 5th floor that worked with Honorable Porter, the DA team on the 5th floor. I want to start off by thanking all of you for your cooperation and bringing dignity to someone who respected this institution. That when we asked that we suspend the business of this parliament for the week which she passed on, you all agreed to do so. I remember talking to the political party leaders, nobody questioned why. That showed the maturity of our democracy, but of course the respect of one's life and collegiality that we saw in this parliament. I thank you all for having done that. Honorable Premier, yesterday, on Tuesday during the memorial service, you would forget that there are political parties here that have different ideologies. Everybody spoke so well that even Honorable Bota, when she looked down, she would look and wonder whether, is there something called political parties in heaven? It seems there's one party there, and that is the service of God. But I want to thank the following people. Dr. Benedict DeFay, who came here when she was called on to respond to the emergency. Honorable Premier, the leaders of political parties, honorable members and staff, it was a sad moment, it was painful. We were there when she gave her last breath. We were there. It was so painful. And I want to thank Reverend Fry when he was called upon to come to an emergency by Honorable Fry, his son. Thank you, Honorable Fry. He did not ask. He jumped and he was here. We were then able to release Honorable Botha with dignity. We did not know how to respond to this. So this is not something that one can get used to. But I want to thank the staff who came and respected the process of releasing the Chief Whip with the necessary dignity that she deserved. We had a staff meeting that day, Honorable Premier, honorable members. We had to adjourn everything. Imagine those many souls here were heartbroken. We called the family here. Even they could not believe that it could happen in such a short space of time. But I want to say to the political parties here, let this be not the last way of respecting each other, but let it be the last one where we have a death in this parliament. And as a result, I will convene an interfaith memorial of all religions to come and pray for this institution. We need prayers here. I wish to request the honorable members to rise in the moment of silence. May the soul of the late Honorable Lorraine Botha, our Chief Whip, rest in eternal peace. Thank you. You may all be seated. Honorable members, thank you very much. The candle will remain illuminating until the end of business tomorrow, and the condolences book is also there for those honorable members who had not had the opportunity to sign, and the staff and the people of this province. It's here in the memorial wall, just behind the chamber, for that purpose. For the honorable members and staff and the people of our province, the funeral is in Piketberg on Saturday, the 10th of September 2022, and proceedings will begin from 9:30 a.m. in the morning for those who wish to attend. Just to end on a good note and a more lighter note, where's Charles Preda? Rupo Maseblif. Honorable members, I wish to ask that we wish Charles Preda a happy birthday today. Charlie, happy birthday. The last time Charlie came to me, he wanted to know, Speaker, I've been working here for too long, but can I get an increase? So Honorable Mayor, you don't know how to respond to that question. You say, Charlie, I will think about it. So, Charlie, happy birthday. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I move with my name the motion as printed on the order paper.
Thank you, Honorable Kaiser Philander. That was nice and sharp. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved? No objections. Motion agreed to. Thank you, honorable members. I now recognize the Deputy Chief Whip.
Speaker, the second motion is in Member Kaiser Philander's name.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved? No objections. Motion agreed to. Now, in terms of the order paper, we're now dealing with the interpolations. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just motion number 2 from Member Kaiser Philander on the establishment of the TB Ad Hoc Committee. In programming, it was agreed that political parties would have 3-minute declarations on motion number 2.
When they were Deputy Chief Whip, when there was just a smooth way of taking us through the program, I thought the honorable members did not have the intention to speak. But let me put the question before the House. Are there any objections to the establishment of the ad hoc committee? No objections. Motion agreed to. Are the parties wishing to say something, really? Do I want to know if you want to say something? The Deputy Chief Whip of the TA.
Chief Whip, in a similar fashion as motion number 1, every party will be receiving 3-minute declaration opportunity as agreed to by programming.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Whip. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The honorable members, in terms of what the honorable member Philander moved to the motion, just on the establishment of the ad hoc committee to deal with the TB matters, there was a request by parties at the programming authority that they want to speak for 3 minutes, and that is what the Deputy Chief Whip is dealing with. So I was putting it again to the House whether the honorable members wish to say something. So in that, with that in mind, I'm not going to follow a particular order if you do not indicate. I'm simply going to request, I will come to the DA last.
Speaker, my hand is up.
All right, thank you, ma'am. So we recognize your hand, we'll bring you later. I see Honorable, I see the ANC, I will just follow the party list. The ANC, and then will be followed by EFF, GOOD, ACDP, FF Plus, Al-Jama, and the DA. In that order. Thank you. I assume that no one wants to say anything. The ANC, Honorable Van Vogel.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ANC welcomes the establishment of the TB caucus in the Western Cape and calls for the process of its appointment to be accelerated as it is long overdue. We are lacking behind other provinces such as Gauteng, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Northwest that have already launched their TB caucuses. The establishment of the TB caucus signify our commitment as this August House towards the Barcelona Declaration on Tuberculosis and to advocate for a more effective response to the TB epidemic. Speaker, among the demands made in the Barcelona Declaration was that, open quote, every patient, regardless of who they are, where they live, or their ability to pay, shall have access to quick, accurate, diagnosis and high quality treatment. And the TB diagnosis and treatment never result in the empowerment of patients or their families, close quote. This is more important for the Western Cape as the TB dashboard shows as 50.2% positivity rate with over 46,000 cases and over 4,000 deaths. Majority of these cases are from poor working class communities. The social determinants of TB includes poor living conditions like overcrowded spaces with lack of ventilation, food insecurity, which sometimes leads to poor nutrition and compromised immunity, as well as lack of economic opportunities that place limitations on people's ability to access health services because they can't afford taxis fare to health facilities. Speaker, these and more are challenges that would lead the province to miss its TB targets. We need to appoint the TB caucus or ad hoc committee now so we can start with the advocacy work. We must encourage all members to sign the SA version of the Barcelona Declaration. I urge all members to adhere to the principle outlined in the Barcelona Declaration to working across geographical and political divides in a non-partisan and inclusive fashion. B, to engage with civil society and all other stakeholders involved in fight against the TB epidemic. And C, to confront social isolation associated with the disease. As members of this House, we have an important role to play in holding the government to account when we must not politicize this TB caucus. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ben Fochen. Honorable members, I now recognize the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. You may pass.
Thank you, Honorable Pego. Honorable members, I now recognize the Good Party. Honorable August.
Honorable Speaker, the TB crisis in South Africa has been a challenge both nationally and in the Western Cape Province. South Africa forms part of the 30 high-burden TB countries globally, and it contributes 3% of the global TB cases. The Premier, in his 21 State of the Province address, stated that the TB epidemic in the Western Cape must be fought with the same seriousness as the COVID-19 pandemic. A resounding call of urgency should ring as TB claimed 4,078 lives in 2020, and in the following calendar year 21, for the month of August, only TB positive cases stood at 3,041 in the province. Key takeaways from the COVID-19 response indicates that a multi-sectoral approach should be developed and implemented to share data and information on TB, promote awareness through digital marketing and media broadcasting, deploy community-based healthcare workers for door-to-door campaigning, and to destigmatize conversations around TB and TB statuses. The Western Cape launched the TB dashboard, which functions in the same way the provincial COVID-19 dashboard did. Monitoring, evaluation, and contact tracing proved instrumental as part of safeguarding citizens against COVID. However, tuberculosis has been around for decades before COVID-19, and we must apply the same urgency and deploy mass resources to capacitate our provincial healthcare facilities, install specialized care personnel at primary healthcare institutions, incorporate technology as part of our response plan, and use community networks, places of worship, civil society, and the private sector to strengthen our overall provincial plan against TB. If not, we will lose the fight against this epidemic. Speaker, a good government will consult with its people on the best approach to deal with community-based care, as community networks often have solutions and best practices that government at times overlook. I implore the Premier, as Chair of the Provincial Council on AIDS and TB, to not alienate themselves or the work of the Council from grassroots community engagements or to operate in silos. We moved as a united front against COVID-19, and our unity will be our line of defense against tuberculosis. The Provincial Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport should develop a comprehensive TB awareness campaign vested in performing and visual arts, dance, music, and the promotion of healthy lifestyle through sports programs. This, in turn, will inject capital into a sector of society most times forgotten by a very department mandated to promote its interest, but also create jobs, transfer and own skills, and assist the provincial TB response plan with relatable content to educate and influence people's opinions on TB. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I now recognize the SCDP, Honorable Christians.
No declaration, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I now recognize the FF Plus, Akbare Mare.
Speaker, TB tops the biggest cause of death in South Africa, aggravated by HIV. TB cases diagnosed between 1st September 2020 till August 2021 was 38,846. The danger here is that 4% of these cases were drug resistant, which means they just go on spreading. The people cough and they spread this. I was shocked that they say people must wear masks for COVID. Quite unnecessary. But people with TB can walk around without masks. There's no regulation saying if you've been diagnosed with TB, then you must wear a mask. So we have these cases spreading tuberculosis all over. Death in South Africa in 2018 of tuberculosis was 454,014. In 2018, 454,000. And the causes of tuberculosis, mostly poverty, HIV, homelessness, substance abuse, medication that weakens the immune systems, kidney disease and diabetics. So we're sitting with a huge problem, and that is why the Freedom Front support the call in the motion by Honourable Member Philander that a serious look must be had on TB, much worse than COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Akbare. Honourable members, I now recognize the Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, TB is a potentially dangerous and serious infectious disease. There are 5 main factors contributing to TB, which include homelessness, malnutrition due to poverty, alcohol, indoor pollution, tobacco smoke, injection by drug users and persons with HIV infection. If we look at most of these factors which contribute towards the spread of TB, it says a lot about the socio-economic condition of people in the Western Cape. The mayor recently expressed shock. I don't know why he was shocked. In the absence of homeless people on the streets of the city. In 2020, the province had a housing waiting list of 600,000. And the average waiting period for a house is 15 years. The Western Cape Health Department confirmed that it has seen an increase in screening of TB. Whilst we commend the work done by the TB dashboard monitoring of TB cases, we call on the province to re-look at its multi-sectoral emergency response plan to drastically reduce or eliminate the spread of TB. Let this emergency response plan include a plan of drastic action to eliminate the underlying factors giving rise to TB. These factors are known to us and they are a menace to society. Close the bins, close the drug dens, introduce anti-poverty relief programs, speed up the allocation of decent housing, do not house people from already bad conditions to worse conditions, like what is happening in the Drakenstein municipality, where evicted people have been provided with alternative accommodation in a park where they live in tents for the past 8 years, have now been moved into makeshift zinc structures without any foundation, water, and sanitation facilities. The shelters for homeless should have the TB dashboard and healthy nutritional meals. School children in impoverished areas should be monitored and provided with a daily nutritionist meal. Reopen the clinics which were shut and provide TB patients with something to eat. Many TB patients do not bother to take their medicine as they have not eaten proper meals. The province must act on the underlying factors if it is serious about wiping out TB. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Brankes. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, the House is well aware that TB is an endemic disease in our province. In the first half of this year, almost 23,000 people were affected, and it has subsequently taken the lives of around 9% of those diagnosed in this period. Furthermore, we know of the immense impact that the COVID-19 pandemic has had on the Western Cape's ability to diagnose patients. Between the first and fourth wave of the pandemic, the rate of diagnosing new cases decreased by 76 to 83% per day in comparison to those in previous years. Speaker, while these rates are now recovering, we need to continue tackling this disease to protect our residents. Fortunately, we have a provincial government that has already pioneered in instituting various initiatives, such as the multi-sectoral Provincial TB Emergency Response Plan and the Provincial TB Dashboard. Additionally, this year alone, the department will be spending 388 million on tuberculosis hospitals, which is more than a 5% increase from the previous year. Over the medium term, more than 1 billion rand will be spent on these hospitals. Speaker, coupled to this, in the District Health Program grant, the TB component has been allocated 68 million rand this year and almost 208 million rand over the next 3 years. These are examples of a proactive government that innovates service delivery. However, now is the time for us as a legislature to contribute to these efforts in our oversight capacity. By forming this ad hoc committee, it will empower the Western Cape Provincial Parliament to do the following: to advocate for budgets to be ring-fenced and reviewed to support necessary TB interventions, result in legislation being evaluated and drafted to promote TB services, to allow for greater accountability over the public institutions that are responsible for the implementation of TB programs, and to bring about more advocacy in communities with greater consulting with civil societies and NGOs. Honourable Speaker, this won't be oversight for the sake of oversight. It will be an opportunity for the Western Cape Provincial Parliament to positively contribute to curbing this disease, which affects so many lives in the Western Cape. Speaker, it is my sincere call that all members of this House support this view for us to make a difference. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kaiser Philander. Honorable members, now we reach the end of the inputs by parties. Are there any objections to the motion? No objections. Agreed to. I just need to indicate to the House for the record that as of now, which is 11 minutes past 3, according to my watch, there are 36 honorable members present. There is 20 in the DA that are present. There's 11 that are present in the ANC, 1 Good Party, 1 ACTP, 1 FF Plus, and 1 Al-Jama. So we almost have a full house. So the question, honorable members, that is put before the House is that the appointment of the ad hoc committee be adopted. And the question to the honorable members, which has already been put, is that there's no objections, but for the record, are there any objections? Thank you. Motion agreed to. Thank you, honorable members. I now recognize the Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. I move the third motion on the order paper.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Whip. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion? No objections. Motion agreed to. We now go to the interpellations. The first interpellation is by the Honorable Said to the Minister of Education. I now recognize Minister Menia.
Thank you, Speaker. I obviously rise following the tribute after the passing of the Honourable Lorraine Botha, and I wish to acknowledge and thank the honourable members for their beautiful speeches on, of course, both sides of the House. I wish to obviously thank the member for putting the question, which is the subject of our interpellation today. My response, Speaker, is we must, of course, accept that at any given time throughout the school year, there will be learners seeking a place in our schools, almost always as a result of migration from within or indeed outside the Western Cape. And in fact, it's not unusual to see an increase in these types of late applications for a place in our schools after the school holidays, as learners migrate to other provinces or indeed towns for a whole range of reasons, looking to start the new school term fresh. The 36 learners in question have already been placed. But of course, given the fluidity of the system and the natural movement of learners, the number of learners requiring a place in our school changes all the time. So, for example, on the 10th of August, 2022, there were 10 applicants seeking a place in our schools. They, of course, have all been placed. Also, on the 30th of August, 2022, there were 8 new learners seeking a place in our schools. And of course, we are currently dealing with those placements. The reality is that children move during the school year, and there is a period during which their application is being processed according to, of course, their specific needs. And so it's simply wrong to suggest that learners who are transferring as a result of migration from either inside or outside the province are necessarily unplaced. As with the 36 learners in July, and of course the 10 learners in August, and of course the applications of the 8 learners, all will be processed on a case-by-case basis according to their unique circumstances. We can, of course, only place learners when their parents apply, and to do so, parents must take responsibility and apply for a place in school, of course, in a timeous manner. If any member is aware of any parent who has not applied to the department for a place in a school for the current academic year, please urge them to approach the district office immediately so that we can assist and so that we can place the learner. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now recognize the Honorable Member Said.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in a written reply to my question, the MEC Mania confirmed the following, and I quote, in 2019-2020, 25 learners were not placed in schools for the entire academic year. 2020 to 2021, 2 learners did not attend school for the whole academic year. As of the 25th of July 2022, as the MEC indicated, 36 learners were not placed in schools in the province. This is a crisis. Despite what now, for the 2023 academic year, as I was sitting here, there are emails that I'm going through from parents, consistently, parents having applied at multiple schools, and they do go to the district. They do come to us. We refer it to the department. So those records are all there. It's not that we should be blaming parents for this. The department and the MEC are in direct contravention of the South African Schools Act and the South African Constitution, the Constitution that the DA claims to love so much, which places an obligation on the MEC and his department to ensure that every learner of school-going age is placed in schools, regardless of the excuses that they come up with. This is why this department has been taken to court more than once in the past 2 years for its failure to place learners in schools. The department was actually ordered by the Western Cape High Court to place 7 learners in schools in the Metro East District by 10th June 2022, as has been alluded to by the MEC. The ANC demands a progress report on this. We want to know how many learners exactly are yet to be placed in schools for the 2022 as well as 2023 academic year. The MEC must not run away from accountability in this regard and make excuses. The MEC must stop hiding behind also, and I want to repeat, the sub judice principle to avoid accountability. The DA are even undermining the authority of you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker made a firm ruling on the abuse of sub judice by committees. Yet the meeting where the department was meant to brief us on the 2022 unplaced learners and the 2023 enrollments is yet to be rescheduled. As the ANC, we demand that MEC Mania and his department appear before the committee as a matter of urgency, so that we can devise strategies to avoid the crisis of unplaced learners in January 2023. This must happen even if we need to subpoena them. This is the future of our children, the future leaders, and we cannot allow the Democratic Alliance to gamble with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable the Chief Whip of the ANC. Honorable members, order. I now recognize the chair of the committee, Honorable Bartman.
Honourable Speaker, I welcome the interpellation as many parents across our province feel anxiety when they are faced with a child not having been placed in a school. It is a feeling I cannot possibly imagine. Regarding the scheduling of the committee meeting, having accepted the fact that the recent court matter is a challenge, the Minister previously indicated that he wishes to brief the committee on this matter as well as committed to submit a written report on this regard. Having then listened to the previous guidance given by the Speaker in the draft Hansard and having read the draft Hansard indicating that the Speaker was satisfied with the Minister's response on this matter, we then furthermore in the committee meeting of 16 August unanimously agreed to request the specific documentation to ascertain the relevant court dates and await written report from the Minister and to subsequently then schedule the respective briefing in this regard. The Democratic Alliance, ACDP and ANC were represented in this meeting. And in fact, I specifically paused to ask Member Kalma at this stage whether he was satisfied with the approach, to which they agreed. This was then reiterated again in the committee meeting of 23 August, where we repeated the respective approach, where again, no objections to the above were received. And in that meeting, again, Members Kalma and Said were also present. Moving forward, the committee looks forward to receiving the respective written report and scheduling the respective briefing. As a committee, we've also started implementing a follow-up procedure so that we are able to receive feedback on the matters that we sent to the Minister respectively, so that we are able to ensure that no person is left behind. Minister, I would like to ask through you, Speaker, whether you could indicate to us the process for the unplaced learner compared to someone who is transferring from a school within and outside the Western Cape, because many families do move from one area to the next and would require temporary placement when transferring. Further, Speaker, I would like to inquire from the Minister what the department is doing to ensure there are enough spaces in schools for our learners. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bartman. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I've mentioned it before, and we know that we have approximately 18 to 22,000 learners every year migrating to the province. The question I want to ask the Minister is, do we have enough road shows awareness? Because although, you know, we speak to parents, some of the parents just reluctant to enroll their children. So is there enough road shows? Is there enough awareness? And what is the department doing better to tell our parents, listen, register on time? Another question I want to ask, if a child registers on time, will that child be placed in the next academic year? It's an important question. And maybe the last question I want to ask, I know that the registration date for learners to apply has moved forward to make people aware. Is there also a provision where learners don't come back? You know, we have a situation where you drive and you see youngsters, you know, have dropped out of school. I'm talking about primary school youngsters. What is there some sort of idea that the minister can give us? What's happening to these youngsters that stands on the robot and from primary school that's not in school? Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. I now recognize Honorable Said.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and my thanks to the Honorable Chair and the Honorable Christians also for their questions. In fact, those type of questions that they've posed point further to the fact that that standing committee meeting needs to sit. It's well overdue. These are the kind of issues that should actually be aired out and engaged on in the standing committee. Not saying that we shouldn't be raising them here, but those are specific matters which will really help practically. Honorable Speaker, Professor Jonathan Jansen and Samantha Krieger in their recently released book, Who Gets In and Why? Race, Class and Aspiration in South Africa's Elite Schools, said, and I quote, what the schools of the southern suburbs in Cape Town have perfected is how to talk about race in admissions without having to bring it up, close quote. Until we address the weaponization of admissions and language policies to gatekeep and discriminate against black children, African, colored, and Indian, this problem will remain unresolved. This issue is now used for political expediency by the DA and other racist formations who are mobilizing their constituencies, who in the main are beneficiaries of racist, unjust policies, to reject the amendments introduced in the Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill. School admissions remain an albatross, because we've heard about parents being anxious, but school admissions remain an albatross around the neck of this DA provincial government, and a thorny issue that requires us to work together towards a common goal of equal and quality education for all children in this province, not just in the leafy suburbs. This crisis is causing emotional distress to thousands of parents whose children have not yet been placed in the 2023 academic year. Education remains our apex priority. Hence, as the ANC, we will never seek to play cheap politics with this matter. Our request for an urgent committee meeting, yes, despite all the things that were said, our request for this meeting to discuss admissions was purely to understand the WCED's preparedness and to find meaningful solutions to avert another admissions crisis next year. Why is the MEC and the department, with the full cooperation of the DA, running away from accountability? What have they got to hide? There are many challenges with color conscience application system, which simply rejects applications without even providing reasons. I'm sitting here now with an application around an issue with sex, with an employee who works even in the department, but the child is denied admission to SACS after having applied a long time ago, works in the Department of the Premier. We need to discuss such challenges as a matter of urgency.
Thank you,
We need to
Honourable
discuss
Said.
the issue of public schools that are underutilized with only 20 learners in a class, while we are faced with persistent learner placement challenges.
Honourable Said.
The
Your time
MEC
is
and the
up.
department must account. Thank you.
Thank you. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. We have a long sitting. All right. I now recognize the honourable minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish to obviously thank the honourable member for putting the question to the House on late applications, which of course is an important issue. And I want to reiterate that such late applications are not uncommon, especially around the time of school holidays, as learners migrate to other provinces or towns and seek to start the new school term
Honourable
afresh.
Minister,
Of course,
will you please take your seat? There is a point of order. I've
Speaker.
paused the timer.
Thank you, Speaker. On a point of order, we can't continue when our number one, the Premier, say we are speaking rubbish, and we continue as if it's nothing. Can that be taken into note and please make a ruling on that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
It's anti-parliamentary.
Thank you. Order, honourable members. Thank you, honourable Barnes. Honourable members. All right. Honourable Premier, did you say the honourable member is talking rubbish?
Did, Honourable Speaker, because he was speaking rubbish.
Honourable Premier,
And you are doing rubbish.
I do know that we are all honourable members here in the House, and we cannot certainly refer to the honourable members in that way. Will you please withdraw that?
Speaker, I withdraw the word rubbish and replace it with nonsense.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. We've got a convention. Some of the rulings. Order, honourable members. Honourable members,
You are saying nonsense.
I want your cooperation. Order, honourable members. I need your cooperation. The Premier has withdrawn the word rubbish. Now, with the honourable Premier replacing it with nonsense, I will not make that ruling right now. Remember, we've got the ruling digest. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. I want to draw your attention. There's only one presiding officer, and I'm trying to do just that, to preside. Okay. So there is a ruling digest that we produce timeously, and we do so all the time. So what I'm requesting is that I will come back to this matter. I've requested the Premier to withdraw a particular word, which he did. Now he replaced it with a different word, which I'm saying I want to look at the previous rulings on the same matter, so that this House is not inconsistent in how the rulings are made on a particular matter. Remember, we've got the Rules Committee currently busy with the revision of the rules because the work is continuous. But I do not want to make these rulings on a knee-jerk reaction. I need to make a substantive ruling on that matter when we sit again, and that is my ruling on this matter. I see the hand of the Honourable Mvimbi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I very much welcome very much welcome your ruling on this matter. May I also request that then when you do that ruling, please do it so in isiXhosa.
Ndiyenze ngesiXhosa. Nkosi John. Honorable members, there's been a request that I do so in isiXhosa. So we'll look at, because we ordinarily we do them in all languages. It is in English, isiXhosa, Afrikaans, and either way. So we do that. So you want me, when I do the ruling, to read the Xhosa version?
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you.
Because in nonsense in English might be nonsense, but nonsense in isiXhosa might actually be meaning something else. So please, I would like you to please do that in
Thank you.
isiXhosa.
I will endeavor to speak. I will endeavor to speak my mother tongue. I see the. Thank you, Honorable Mvimbi. Honorable Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Can we also have it in Nama?
And in Korana. Honorable Mayor, and in Korana.
In Cape.
And Cape Koi. All right, let me say for the record, I've made this ruling that when we get together in the next sitting, I'll make this ruling, and I will do so in order to ensure that there is no confusion, because there are, as I indicated, there are conventional rulings that have been made which become the guide in how we deal with this matter. We don't want anyone who sits here make their own ruling as they wish. So otherwise, we're going to have a chaotic parliament in that fashion. So this matter is now put to bed until we do so as I've indicated, until we come back together again. Honorable members, we have concluded that question. Now I request the minister to proceed. Honorable Minister, you still have your full minutes minus 26 seconds, so that's technically full. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. As I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. Late applications are not uncommon, especially around the time of school holidays, as learners migrate to other provinces or towns and seek to start the new term afresh. We will, of course, assist every one of those learners to find a school as quickly as possible and provide support to them when needed. Speaker, contrary to what the honourable member alleges, there is no crisis. The member was obviously listening with his mouth and not his ears, because I was very clear that the 36 learners to which he refers and is the subject of this interpellation, those learners have been placed. Of course, the honourable member refers to 25 learners in 2019 and 2020 and 2 learners in 2020
Order,
and
honourable members.
2021. But what he neglects to tell the House is that the 25 learners that did not present themselves to the department or a school in the Western Cape. The 2 learners that he refers to did also not present themselves to the department or a school. These are crucial facts, of course, which the honourable member ignores. Facts on the whole question of the report.
Honourable
Speaker,
Minister.
Speaker, we have to.
Order, honourable members. Honourable Minister.
Speaker, we have to accept that.
Honourable Minister, will you please take your seat? Order, honourable members. Let me, honourable members. All right. You may proceed as you wish. I will be watching. Honourable members, order. Someone says, "Kanitule." Please, order. Honourable, the Deputy Chief Whip, is that a point of order?
No. I know this was an interpellation, but is the Honourable MEC willing to take a question? Given that we don't have him appearing in front of the committee, can he take a question?
Thank you, Honourable, the Deputy Chief Whip. Honourable Minister, are you willing to take a question?
I'm not, Speaker. I think the honourable member needs to work on his listening. and I hope you'll spend some time doing
Well, please proceed with your speech, Honourable Minister.
I'd also remind you, Speaker, that the honourable member has not handed in his 100 lines on the whole question of sub judice. Now, on the question, and of course this is National Literacy Week, we hope that the honourable member might spend some time reading up on the subject as his contribution to reading in this province. On the whole question of the report, we have to accept, Honourable Speaker, that this matter is now before the court, and that does present us with a challenge. But we want to be as open and transparent and as accountable as possible. And so under the circumstances, we have indicated that we're going to provide the committee, obviously subject to legal advice, with a report. And I'm delighted to report that that report has been drafted. It is with legal services, and I look forward to furnishing the committee with that report in due course. We're also keeping the committee advised on when this matter is likely to be heard before the court so that the hearing can be scheduled. And certainly I and the department look forward to appearing before the committee to brief the committee on the whole questions of admissions 2023. We have indeed, to the Honourable Bartman, we have allocated through largely the generosity of the former finance minister, 6.2 additional billion to the education budget, which has allowed us to increase the affordable basket of posts by 1,143 posts, and indeed it gives us the opportunity to spend 830 million rand more on infrastructure, and we believe that that will go a long way to helping us address the very high demand for school places in the Western Cape. We have also, to the Honourable Christians, put in a big effort for admissions 2023, a much bigger effort than before to assist parents. We've pop-ups at malls, opportunities at schools and venues throughout the province where the department has gone beyond what it has done in previous years to assist parents with admissions for 2023. I wish to close, Honourable Speaker, by again reminding members that should anybody have any information about learners who need to apply, particularly for 2023, please ensure that those parents contact the department and the district so that we can do all we can to assist those learners to be placed in our schools in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, honourable members. I wish to thank all of you for participating in this interpellation and Honourable Said for raising it. May I now request the Honourable Member Nkondlo to get ready. The next interpellation is asked to the Premier by the Honourable Nkondlo. I now recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and can I thank the Honourable Nkondlo very much for the question. The political economy of crime, for the purposes of this parliamentary question, can also be explained through the socio-ecological model of crime and violence reduction. This model puts forward at the risk factors for violent and criminal behaviour, which can be found at 4 different levels: individual, relationship, community, and society. This is outlined in most others in the safety plan, which the Western Cape government has launched to reduce crime in our province. Of course, the studies and the influence that goes into creating such a plan is based on various inputs. And of course, if you analyze the political economy of crime and papers that have been written over time, for example, the Michael Lynch paper from the Southern Florida University, or Robert Rainey from the London University of Economics, or William Chambliss. Those first 2 are pretty recent. William Chambliss of the University of Oslo, 1976 paper, and R. Penn of Portland State University. Many of these papers, when you analyze it, I think if you have to bring out one of the biggest causalities, they all seem to come to the same conclusion: the absence of state enforcement. Of course, it is also driven by history and our own very history. And that is why you will see in our safety plan, and driven through not only those papers and our own universities, also through international partnerships like the Bavarian government or the Institute of Security Studies, who play an important role not only in the formulation of the plan, but also in monitoring and re-evaluating that plan as we move forward. The safety plan brings in 3 risk factors of crime and violence. It has 3 delivery pillars, 3 enabling pillars, and as enforcement by international and local evidence of what works to reduce violence. The first is, of course, the law enforcement stream, the second being the violence prevention stream, and then, of course, the urban design stream. And these are all brought together by evidence which aims to enable that plan to get the law enforcement on the ground, the area-based teams that are being put in place across this province, and then violence prevention. And it's very interesting, and I really like this question being put by the honourable member, because it has created a new debate. I spent 2 days at the beginning of this week with the National Cabinet, Lekgotla in Tshwane, and if I had to think about the debate that took the most time of my time with an individual minister, it was with Minister Becky Cele. But it was also interesting to see the difference between what the President is saying and what Minister Becky Cele is saying. The President is saying, yes, I see Speaker? The change that is being brought about. I see the difference that this plan is making.
Members, Honourable Premier, will you please take your seat? Honourable, the Deputy Chief Whip.
Speaker, I thought I heard the member Baku Bakufos said the word nonsense to the Premier while he was speaking, and I just wanted to check whether you could check the Hansard and come back to us on the same matter as previously.
Order, honourable members. Honourable members, are you going to make this ruling from the floor? Honourable Bagu Force, did you say the Premier, Honourable Bagu Force? Order, honourable members.
I will repeat it, yes. Yes, Speaker. In Xhosa uthetha ububhanqa.
Order, honourable members. What I have said on this same matter, I have indicated, thanks Honourable Bartman for raising that. I have indicated that I will make a determination when we meet in the next session. May I request, though, both sides, may I request, nobody should second guess that determination. That means in this sitting, we do not continue raising a question around the presiding officer's determination and ability to do so on this matter. Because I have indicated that when we meet in the next round, in the next sitting, I will make a ruling on this matter. That means both the right and the left in isiXhosa. That was a request to Paujo Landavu. I agreed. Now, I'm requesting honourable members that let us please, for the purposes of this particular sitting, not to say somebody is talking nonsense until I've made that determination. Because if you do so, then you might as well just govern from the floor. Honourable Fry.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your guidance, but I also heard Member Baku Force use the word suka. Could you please rule on that, because that's a derogatory term in isiXhosa.
No. Fry, Honourable Fry. Honourable Fry, that Honourable Fry. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. I must say you really missed each other, because when you say suka, I've never heard something like that being out of order. So it's a closer word that means something, but not derogatory. Yeah. So I can say many words in Afrikaans. Maybe Honorable Mayor can help or Akbar Mare. But in this particular sitting, the one thing that I've made certain, please assist the presiding officers, myself, and any other presiding officer after myself for this particular sitting. Please do not call each other nonsense until I made a ruling on this matter in the next session. I do not want to, because if you throw it around, it becomes too much of a nonsense. So let's not do that. May I request the Deputy Chief Whip again from the ANC who have a hand up?
No, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for your guidance as usual. We as the ANC will abide by the ruling, unlike the Honourable Mania, who has not abided by your ruling on the issue of whether they should appear before the committee. But that's a debate for another day. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC. Order, Honourable members. Order. Honourable Minister, will you please conclude your speech?
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker. So as I was saying, and I'm not sure which part of either the President part or the Minister Becky Clele part is the nonsense, according to the Honourable Member Baku Force. But it was a very interesting discussion around crime, and specifically because it was driven by the results of the last crime statistics, where in actual fact, where the Western Cape Safety Plan is bringing down murder where those interventions are in place. And so that is starting a debate at a national level, which I really am in full support of, because that's exactly what we need to happen. Because if you look at the political economy of crime, and one of the main drivers is the absence of state enforcement. In other words, no management, no plan, and no direction from a national level. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Order, Honourable members. Order, Honourable members. You know, both Rule 39 and Rule 40 are important for the House. Honourable Maran, as a brief Akbar, you may, as a member of this House, have some interjections. You know, it's nice to throw them around, especially when we meet in person. But it must not be in such a way that it drowns the member that is speaking. So the Honourable Premier is here to respond to the question by Honourable Nkondlo, and it will not be fair that we are not able to get the response that is desirable insofar as the question is concerned, or even misquote or have a risk of not hearing what the Premier says. It becomes a danger to the House itself, and we do not want that. May I please request that we all respect and assist the presiding officer in this regard. Honourable Nkondlo.
Enkosi Somlom. It is very interesting, Premier, in your response, as you emphasize on the notion of political economy of crime, on the absence of state enforcement. As a lens that you choose, you may well be aware that we come from a history, as you also just passed by, of such state enforcement that has been used on people, particularly black people, with laws that were actually passed and utilizing that state enforcement to actually legitimize human injustice and crime. So I must caution you on your argument about a political economy of crime in the current day, modern South Africa in particular, to only punt the notion of state enforcement, because at this point you are able to argue
your own political views with the national government, because such may border along the lines that you may want to present yourself as if a notion of state enforcement is actually the solution to deal with challenges of crime in communities. And that is why I'm raising to you something that you know, that actually that state enforcement on its own does not necessarily resolve crime. And in any way, here in this province, we've seen the same state enforcement or absence that you are talking about, where such can be biased and varied. Because interestingly, Premier, I'm sure you are aware, here in the Western Cape, here in the city of Cape Town as an example, that when you talk about enforcement laws in suburbia, in here in town, you even have got tourism patrol. You come to the long street 24 hours, you can actually be able to be safe in town. That's not the same. And the question is why? Why such policing, such concerns of safety of patrons, of safety of businesses in commercial spaces is not necessarily applied across. So I'm raising this to say, whilst you talk about this, it is actually very interesting. You mentioned the notion of your socio-ecological model, because this socio-ecological model that you've presented as part of your safety plan, what is interesting of it is that it is actually divorced of the historical facts about, the notion of the politics and the economics of crime in this country in particular.
Ngos Maska, you still have another chance. Thank you. Honorable Fry.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, honourable members of this House. As we have all seen and heard, the Western Cape Government and the City of Cape Town have implemented a number of strategies to guarantee that crime is reduced across the board in all of the province townships. This House should be aware that criminality is further aggravated by the ANC's national government failures. Due to the inadequacies of the ANC administration and the ineffective SAPs in our communities, crime still remains a huge challenge in the province. Through LEAP officers, the Western Cape Government has accomplished more in this province over the past year than SAPS has. The most dangerous township in the country used to be Nyanga. Honourable members, thanks to the resources the Western Cape Government has committed to the fight against crime, this is no longer the case. This is what happens when municipal and provincial levels of government are given authority. As the ANC is incapable of managing the police in this province, I would implore Honourable Nkondlo to speak with her national counterparts in the union buildings to devolve policing powers. I would therefore like to ask the Premier, number one, in what ways have LEAP officers helped the Western Cape Government reduce crime in the city of Cape Town? And two, does the assistance offered by the LEAP officers suggest that municipal and provincial levels of government should be granted more policing power? Thank you.
Order, honourable members. Thank you, Honourable Fry. I now recognize the Honourable Nkondlo.
Honourable Fry, take me serious. I'm not a messenger here. I'm sure you've got DA members there in Plain Street. Actually, a young girl of 14 years old was kidnapped and raped last week by a 50-year-old farmer in Claver, Premier. So where was this safety plan? The safety plan is also absolutely silent on organized crime and the role that this plays in the incidence of violence, murder, and other crimes in our communities. The safety plan omits any discussion on poaching and the connection that poaching of rhino horns, abalone, species of herbs or plants has with the drug trade. There is a complete failure by the safety plan to understand the socio-ecological impact that gangsterism and drugs has had on our families and communities. Gangsterism, which was perpetuated by decades of apartheid regime, is woven into the communal fabric of our townships and locations. Actually, the safety plan mentions the first step top 10 areas, murder areas. And it's interesting that nothing is being said of why these particular areas, why Mfuleni, why Delft, why Gugulethu, and all of that. What the safety plan does, it simplifies an enormous complex political economy which involves various actors and which unfortunately is the reality of the vast majority of our communities in that crime has proven to pay. For example, in linking urban renewal to crime reduction, Tony Samara writes in the Journal of Southern African Studies that in defining street children primarily as a threat to social order, local elites, including the media, police and renewal authorities are reproducing deeply embedded and recurring notions of a black menace that emerge during times of real or perceived social upheaval and threats to social order. Samara continues that it is his contention that this panic is indicative of an ongoing struggle over urban public spaces that expresses a deeper conflict regarding changes in the city, which has to do with unresolved contradictions of race and class. And that is something that your safety plan is oblivion to it. As with street children, this safety plan simply criminalizes poor and the working class communities.
That's true.
Yet even so, more so, as Samara points out, crime and gangsterism, and therefore crime, has fundamentally to do with apartheid spatial planning. And up until you realize that, Premier, and in your endeavors with your evidence-led and data-driven responses, you need to bring those issues into cognizance so that your infrastructure budgets must then speak to those kind of problems of these particular geographies where you find these challenges of crime. Apartheid spatial planning today does not confine crime, but rather it perpetuates it and keeps it alive. It is this apartheid spatial planning that Bonginkosi Madikizela points out in his recent op-ed when he wrote, and I quote, "An example of this is an area such as Bracken Gate. About 30 taxis from Khayelitsha and about 30 from Nyanga transport workers there every day, but these taxis are often impounded because a route has not been established by the city in this area. How must these people travel to and from these places of work? Ask Madikizela." It would seem that suddenly Madikizela has an epiphany after leaving office when he was the MEC responsible for transport.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the Premier.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The most interesting thing about the place that or the space we find ourselves in discussing the safety plan and crime in our province on a regular basis is primarily driven by the failure of the ANC in South Africa. And the ANC have failed when it comes to policing. Because in actual fact, our job, according to the Constitution, is about the policing needs and priorities. The only province that really produces a proper policing needs and priorities document. And on Monday, I had the opportunity to place it directly in the minister's hands. I also gave a copy of the PNP to the president at the Lekgotla. But it's interesting. So the safety plan is a plan that this province puts in place that goes beyond, or as Minister Regan Allen says, we paint outside the lines. We're not going to stick to, well, this is what every other province does in the ANC, and there's no real change. There's no real change to crime. I mean, did you see the reports now in the Eastern Cape? Now the Eastern Cape is the crime hotspot province of South Africa. It's no longer Nyanga. It's no longer those spaces. It's quite interesting how the ANC's knee-jerk reaction on this, yes, go to Nyanga, which is no longer even in the top 10 because of the deployment of these officers.
Order.
And it's interesting because the data doesn't lie. The data tells us exactly what's going on. And last week in Parliament, the President said, I think based on what the safety plan of the Western Cape is delivering and how it's changing lives of citizens in this province and in this city of Cape Town, that there is now a need. There is now a need to have a further discussion on the policing model in South Africa. The very next day, Minister Becky Cele says, not over my dead body. But at least the President and half of the ANC are saying, actually, the ANC is failing the people of this country when it comes to policing. There needs to be much better management to bring about a safer society. We cannot continue where our citizens are feeling so unsafe. It's interesting that the 1,235 LEAP officers, 1,235 LEAP officers every month remove more firearms from in this province every month than the 20,000 police officers in this province. There's another statistic.
Order, members.
But the honourable member then goes on to talk about poaching and about all these other things that are actually the primary job of the police. The police, under the management of the African National Congress and their failed state policies. They are failing the citizens of South Africa so badly. That's why murder went up by another 11% in South Africa. The only place that's coming down is where our plan is being put in place.
Please take a seat. What's your point of order, honourable member?
What is this thing of pointing when you speak?
Really? No.
What is this thing of pointing?
Honourable Nkondlo, you talk to me, please, and not to the Premier. So that's not a point of order. You may proceed, Premier.
So if I can end again, Madam Deputy Speaker. The real issue in South Africa is that the ANC are failing the people of this country. Across the board, a failed state. But in policing and safety, that is their primary goal. The National Minister of Police doesn't have a safety plan. He doesn't have a clue as to what to do. And that's why every single time he stands up to give statistics on crime in South Africa, it keeps going one way, getting worse, more people dying, more gender-based violence, more crime because he does not have a plan. They have failed in every single aspect of keeping citizens safe in this country.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Honourable members, this constant interjections is not allowed. Honourable Nkondlo, you can't just go and speak to the Premier when it chooses. Please can I ask that during this debate and these debates that we respect the rules of the House, because there will always be a time when, Honourable Nkondlo, you running your own, Honourable Nkondlo, you would want to have the same respect when you're running your debate coming up. So I would ask that we respect both sides of the House. Honourable member, I'm talking. Honourable member, I'm talking. Will you keep quiet, please, so that everybody could hear the rule? I preside in this House, not you. Thank you very much. We will now proceed. Thank you, honourable members. We have now come to the end of interpellations. We now move over to questions. I now recognise the Honourable Premier, Windy.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and to the Honourable Nkondlo, thank you very much for the question, although I do note that this question has been asked previously in this Parliament. To the Honourable Nkondlo, through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, planning and the legislative work required towards the establishment of the two departments is at an advanced stage. And it is envisaged that the two new departments will be established and fully functional by the start of the new financial year, 1 April 2023. In practice, the breaking down of silos is already taking place through the integration of management processes. Budgets for these departments will be concluded through the Western Cape budget planning process, which actually starts in the next few weeks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Nkondlo, do you want to have your first bite of the response? You may proceed.
Thank you. The question, Premier, because I think we had asked this around 20th of May, and it continues to, the goalpost seems to be moving. One would be interested to know at what point, if then these departments are already in place, were there any particular personnel implications in as far as the new departments are concerned? And in terms of programming, were there any things that have changed in terms of programs in the previous departments, as you would have known that we had, public works and infrastructure. So are there any new programs under the new design similar to the other department?
Over to you, Premier.
Thank you very much. As it has always been, when you make an announcement, there are processes to follow, and it has always been that work has to happen this year so that the new department can start on the 1st of April next year. I mean, this is just how it's done anywhere in the world, and of course in this country as well. And of course, it has to go through a budget process. It has to have budget allocation. It has to be agreed through
Order, members. Premier, you may proceed.
It has to be agreed through consultation with the unions. These are called proper due processes, and it is exactly the same as the last time I answered this question.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Any further? You may proceed, Honourable Member.
These due processes of yours, Premier, they always come after, in accordance to your own planning in this provincial government, because you seem to be pronouncing things and then follow due process thereafter. Is that what you are telling us?
Premier.
I don't know how long the honourable member's been in politics or even understood how it works. I mean, whether the president makes an announcement or the premier makes an announcement, that's how government works. You make an announcement, these are your plans for the next year, and then they get implemented.
Thank you, Honourable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and thank you, Honourable Premier. Honourable Premier, I'm sure you've listened to the State of the Nation address. I'm sure many people have. Does the President not announce his plans during the State of the Nation address, and then afterwards in the budget debate, the Minister announced it, and furthermore, the departments in April? Is there no such a process, and are you differentiating from that process? Thank you.
Thank you, Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Member, and that is exactly what happens, because you make the announcement, then of course this is a change in department. You've got to engage with the people who...
Where are the jobs? You announce jobs.
Honourable members, we have to give the Premier, this is questions, so we have to give the Premier the opportunity to answer. You may proceed, Premier.
So you've got to engage... You've got to engage with the staff. And then once you've engaged with the staff, you've got to then put the legal processes in place. There's a formation. You've got to apply to the presidency so you can rename that department. I don't think the ANC understand how this process works. But let's talk about announcements. I wonder where the bullet train is that moves across from Johannesburg to Cape Town and Johannesburg to Durban.
Order,
that was
members.
announced by the president how many years ago? Let alone... Madam Deputy Speaker, let alone the announcement of remote working visas, and I mean, it just goes on and on. At least when we make announcements, then processes happen and change then happens. When the ANC make announcements, nothing happens after that. But if I may, and of course I always enjoy interjections, and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition asked about the war room. So perhaps if I am going to indulge this Parliament, is that the war room was an initial partnership between Harvard University and this government. That war room work was then concluded in that partnership during the middle of this pandemic, and it was embedded into an operation across this government. I was in a meeting about 4 weeks ago where the process was being reported on each of those plans, or the new plans that the war room works on, which is now the embedded system. And it was Oxford University and, of course, Harvard that have developed the nothing. They gave it for free. And after the...
Honourable Dugmore.
It was Oxford University that actually made a comment that said there are many countries around the world that are now embracing this new way of problem-driven iterative adaptation, the PDIA process. There is only one government in the world that has taken it even further and embedded it into how you actually fix problems across departments, and that is this government. The only one in the world. That is this government. Because the ANC don't have a clue about that kind of stuff. They don't have a clue. That is why our country is that failed state, because of this political party and what they have done to the citizens of this country. No hope. They've destroyed everything. And that's why this province, the Cape...
Order, members.
And that's why this province, the Cape of Good Hope, is actually the Cape of only hope for South Africa, because it's the only place that the DA governs and not the ANC.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Any further? Yes, I see you, Honourable Fry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members, I only saw Honourable Fry now.
I did this.
No, he did raise his hand. You may proceed, Honourable Fry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would just like to ask the Premier just for clarity's sake, because it's, my learned friends across the aisle is not getting this. So what benefits will the new departments have in terms of serving the people of the Western Cape? Thank you.
That's a very decisive question.
Over to you, Premier.
So obviously there are two new departments, infrastructure and mobility. And you need to design your government to bring about solutions for your citizens. And in South Africa, when we talk about infrastructure, it has failed. The electricity infrastructure, where is it? ESCOM, load shedding. That infrastructure, total failure. Rail infrastructure, failed. Water infrastructure, how many years does it take to get the Clan William Dam going? We've rebuilt freeways, we've redone everything that needs to happen from our side, and nothing from the national government. Failed infrastructure. So that is the whole idea, to say, let's actually, and the question is, what difference will it make? Well, as a province, if it happens in this province...
Order, members. Premier, please take your seat. Honourable member, you want to take a question? You want to respond? Is it a point of order?
Mine is, I've got my hand up for a follow-up question.
Okay, it's the final follow-up. Unfortunately, it's closed. You may proceed, Premier.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Honourable members, I know you haven't been here often in the House, but this is the final follow-up. That was Honourable Fry. Remember, 2 from Honourable Member Nkondlu, and Honourable Member Mackenzie, and Honourable Member Fry. So please allow the Premier to finish off this question, and we will move further on. You may proceed, Premier.
So it's called realigning your government to solve the problems that our citizens face. Infrastructure, a massive problem, and primarily as a province driven because of national failure. So we have to step in and make sure we get the infrastructure right, like we are doing. I mean, there's only one city in South Africa that avoids 2 load shedding levels. It's where the infrastructure is being invested in, where plans are being put in place because of a failure at national government, a failed state at that level. Rail infrastructure. These things, and you need to be able to respond, because of course this government is responsible for making sure we make a difference to the citizens of this province. Exactly the same thing about mobility. How do citizens get around? And so, the same thing, setting up a vision about mobility and how people can move around. How do we devolve the power of the rail in our country? How do we get it right? It's interesting. You hear all the noise from the ANC here in the legislature. You go to national, you end up in Gauteng, and guess what? I don't know if he's the outgoing premier in Gauteng, David Makura, engages with me and his team, because they too are saying together we need to make sure we get devolution of rail down to the Gauteng region and down to the province region. Exactly, we agree on the same thing. Why? Because national have failed again. And that's why we need to have this vision around mobility and how people can get safely from A to B, how they can get efficiently and cost effectively from A to B. Because the failure at national level costs the citizen in their pockets every single day. And just on those 2 areas of load shedding on the one hand, costs us jobs and costs us investment. And on the other hand, people can't get from A to B because of the failure of national government's ability to move things on rail. Do you know that the national government at the moment is spending money on a border post to increase the ability to flow 20 kilometers of trucks in the north of our country so that they can get product out of the Namibian port, and out of the Mozambican port. We are spending extra money to make sure that our product gets through an efficient port in the next door country. Our current trains that are supposed to be running between Durban and Gauteng, they used to be running at 20 trains a day. We're not even getting to 5 trains a day at the moment. And so what are we doing? We're not fixing the trains out of the Durban port to Gauteng. We're rebuilding the border post so we can get more product out of Mozambique. It does not make any sense to me at all. Again, total failure at the national government level. And that's why we are saying we need to redesign government
to actually take bigger responsibility further than our normal mandate, which I don't want to do. I wouldn't need to do it if we had a successful national government, but we need to do it because we need mobility. We need safe, secure public transport systems. We need infrastructure that enables economic growth and job creation. That's why we're putting these departments in place.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. That brings us to question 2. I now recognise the Honourable Minister Mania.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Furlong Christians for putting this question, which of course concerns discipline in our schools. But before I reply to the question, I do think I should raise an issue based on a comment made by the Honourable Khaled Said, who seems to have, a Deputy Speaker, a curious relationship with the facts. Again. He referred to, as honourable members will be aware, the Speaker's statement which was made in this House on the 11th of August 2022. And I'd wish to remind the member that the Speaker in that statement said the following, and I'm now reading from Hansard. I think, I know the truth hurts.
Honourable Minister, if you can take... Can you take your seat, please? There is a point of order.
Sure, on a point of order, what the MEC is now speaking about has got absolutely no relevance to the question that was posed by the Honourable Christians. There's actually an abuse towards the Honourable Christians and towards learners who are being beaten up at schools. For him to now use this opportunity to speak about that matter, and we all know it's going to be far from the truth, but still, he should be responding to the questions, not running away. He's used to running away from responsibility.
Honourable Said, I cannot police the Minister's response. I'm sure the Minister is going to get to the question, and I'm sure Honourable Christians will hold him to account to answer the questions. So I'm going to hand it over back. Sorry, Honourable Dugmore.
Deputy Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order in regard to relevance again. Now, you sometimes, Deputy Speaker, wonder why this side of the House thinks that you are partial. This is exactly why, because it's very clear that that is not
Honourable
relevant.
Dugmore, please quote the rule into which you're stating I'm being selective.
There's relevance. I'm on a point of order. The fact that you just interrupt me is another example of your bias.
Sure.
Is another example of your bias. This is not relevant. The question has been asked by questions. The fact that you want to tolerate what the MEC is saying is a clear indication of your bias. Could you please be fair to this House? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Dugmore. That wasn't a point of order. Honourable Minister Mania, you may proceed. Honourable Christians, as I will repeat for the record, will have the opportunity to hold the Minister to account for his question, and I'm sure he's able to speak for himself. Honourable Minister Mania, you may proceed. Honourable Said, what's your point of order in terms of the rules?
Chair, you are completely out of order. We are all members in this House. It's not Honourable Christian's responsibility around his question. He's responding to Honourable Christian's question, but accounting to the entire House. It cannot be put in Honourable Christian's place to say, no, he must hold the MEC accountable.
Honourable Said,
the MEC has to speak to all of us.
I understand, but I cannot as yet determine whether the Minister is answering the question as yet or not. It is not for me to determine that as yet. So and once again, we don't know. He hasn't finished speaking, Honourable Member. He has the time to respond. Once he sits down, we will determine whether there is relevance. But at the moment, you've all interrupted him, and he has not been able to determine his own relevance. Honourable Member, what's your point of order? Sorry, Honourable Wanson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I'm rising in terms of Rule 44.
Yes.
Because you seem to be always interested when this side asks a point, an issue, you always ask them on which which section. But then when the question comes from that side, you never ask them on which rule. But I'm rising in terms of Rule 44, which is irrelevance or repetition. Now, I would like you, as Honourable Said Mohammed has asked the issue of the relevance on the question of the Minister, if you may please rule on that subject.
So
whether
thank
the
you,
law
Honourable
shows.
Member. Thank you for quoting the rule. The rule states very clearly when a member persists in irrelevance, or repetition of arguments, the presiding officer can call attention to the conduct of the member. Now, firstly, the minister has just begun his response. There is no persistence in irrelevance and there's no repetition of argument. I have to allow, in terms of Rule 44, allow the minister to complete his response, and then we can see if he's persisted and whether he has been repeated in his argument. Now, honourable members, I trust now that that is my ruling in terms of Rule 44, that we allow the minister and we will then see whether he has broken Rule 44. That is my argument and that is my final ruling. The ruling stands. May I please ask Minister Mania to proceed? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I wish to thank the Honourable Furlong Christians, who's got a smile on his face. And I think if he would just please bear with me. Of course, Deputy Speaker, this matter is relevant. It relates broadly to discipline. In this case, the discipline of the Honourable Khalid Said. Now, I was referring before, again, I was interrupted, to the Deputy Speaker's statement to the Speaker's statement on the 11th of August 2022. And I wish to quote from that statement. The Speaker in that statement, and I'm quoting here, Deputy Speaker, from the Hansard. The Speaker said, "I think the Minister dealt with the matter and dispensed with it in the manner in which, in my view, was satisfactory." Now, the Honourable Khalid Said completely ignores that fact. Now, what does satisfactory mean? And for that, I think we should turn to the Oxford Dictionary of English, the world's most reliable dictionary.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Honourable Said, I hope that's a point of order.
Chair, this is a point of order.
All right.
The same basis that Honourable Ulama rose. Apologies. It's now, and based on what you have said, he's now repeating, it's repetitive. He's repeating his irrelevance and turning this chamber into a circus, as he has done previously when responding to issues of the interpellation.
Okay.
We have a question on Bella Vista. Can the MEC please respond? The parents of Bella Vista are listening.
Thank you very much, Honourable Said. Honourable Minister, I hope now you will proceed to answering the question. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, I'll get to the matter, but I just wanted to turn again to what satisfactory means. Satisfactory in the Oxford English Dictionary means fulfilling expectations, acceptable. Now, I asked Deputy Speaker a few weeks ago that the Honourable Member be allocated 100 lines on the whole question of sub judice. And I wonder, Deputy Speaker, if you'd consider imposing an essay, given the fact that it's National Literacy Week, imposing an essay of no more than 100 lines on the meaning of satisfactory.
Is that your answer? Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, then let me turn to the question put by the Honourable Furlong Christians, and let me thank him in advance for his forbearance and good humour in this matter.
Honourable members, Honourable members, I have just said, will you proceed to the Minister? Please allow the Minister to finish. Minister, please proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wish to thank the Honourable Member for his question, which, as the other Honourable Member suggests, is on the whole question of discipline and on Bella Vista School. We must, Deputy Speaker, have, of course, a zero tolerance approach with regard to assault and corporal punishment, and all such allegations, of course, are regarded in a very serious light. We all know, Deputy Speaker, that in terms of Chapter 2, Section 28.2 of the Constitution that the child's best interest is, of course, of paramount importance in every matter concerning the child. So, Section 10 of the South African Schools Act states that, and I quote, "No person may administer corporal punishment at a school to a learner, and that any person who does so is guilty of an offence and liable on conviction to a sentence which could be imposed for assault." Now, there are several policies and circulars that are relevant here, and let me take the House through them. I can see the Honourable Kama is listening very attentively, unlike the Honourable Khalid Sahed, who is distracted by his telephone. Of course, the first policy is the Abuse No More Protocol, which I'm sure the Honourable Member is familiar with. But of course, Circular 12 of 2019 on the prohibition of corporal punishment is also relevant, and Circular 11 of 2019, which traverses the whole question of guidelines for principals on their role in reporting and managing alleged misconduct and disciplinary hearings and unfair dismissal disputes. Corporal punishment, of course, is defined in the Abuse No More Protocol, and I quote, as any deliberate act of a child that inflicts pain or physical discomfort used to punish or contain him or her. This includes, but of course is not limited to, spanking, slapping, pinching, paddling, or hitting a child with a hand or with an object, denying or restricting a child's use of the toilet, denying meals, drink, heat and shelter, pushing or pulling a child by force, or indeed forcing a child to do exercise. The Abuse No More Protocol, to which I've referred, spells out in detail, in great detail, Deputy Speaker, the roles and responsibilities of all parties in dealing with a case of abuse. It prescribes an approach for employees of the department to identify, to intervene, to report and to provide support in cases of child abuse, deliberate neglect to children who are victims of various offences. The department presents various training and, of course, induction sessions at district, school and head office level that raise awareness on abuse and the consequences thereof. It's very important that victims, not just, of course, of corporal punishment, but also of any other kind of abuse, know that there is help available for them. The Abuse No More Protocol outlines in detail the process to be followed when a learner reports any kind of abuse, providing advice on reporting procedures, how to support victims, and how to deal with perpetrators. We, Deputy Speaker, have a very strong pathway in place to ensure that learners receive the help they need from our district specialist support staff, counsellors and social workers, non-governmental organisations and other departments in the Western Cape Government. Now, Deputy Speaker, some honourable members would be aware that we have 64 circuits, and indeed in each circuit we have allocated a social worker and a psychologist for a total of about 128 support professionals. We are the only education department in the country to have a social worker for every circuit, with some provinces doing referrals to the Department of Social Development. We are also in the process of appointing social auxiliary workers to capacitate the districts more. In this first phase, we have appointed one per district. We have also appointed 160 care and support assistants in our high-risk schools. In other words, schools with great need for psycho-social support. The CSAs, of course, work closely with the circuit social workers. Some schools also have their own social workers or counsellors appointed by their school governing bodies. The department works with the Department of Social Development and various NGOs to assist us dealing with certain issues. An incident involving abuse at schools can be reported to our toll-free Safe Schools call centre, which can be contacted on 0800 45 4647. And callers, of course, can get advice and support to victims of abuse. Of course, the Employee Health and Wellness Programme also provides support to staff members who have been assaulted. While these mechanisms to report such abuse are integral to this process, the Department can only institute disciplinary steps after reliable evidence has been found for charges of misconduct. In terms of the Bella Vista Primary School, the Department initiated an investigation. There was some initial hesitancy, I'm advised, by parents to give consent, but after consulting with them on the process, the necessary forms were provided to the department. Also, psychological support was provided to the learners on an ongoing basis. I wish to assure the member that disciplinary charges have been brought against the teacher in this matter, and the hearing we expect will take place a little bit later this month. We have also asked the teacher to provide reasons why she should not be suspended. We urge, of course, any learner who has experienced corporal punishment, assault, or indeed any other type of abuse in our schools to come forward so that we can help. And I appeal to members that they too have a duty to speak up immediately if they become aware of a case of abuse that has gone unreported. We must all, I think, work together to stamp out any abuse of any kind in our schools, and I certainly look forward to your support in doing so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Christians, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Minister, for the response. Minister, a couple of questions. You know, the teacher also threatened the children to say, go call your parents because I've got lawyers. Why is this? This is a very difficult case because, you know, it took so long for the department to act because it's not happened to one learner. One learner wet the bed. They went to school and ran away. I know that they received psychosocial support and it's been investigated. But according to one of the NGOs in the area said it took a long time to remove this educator from school. So if we have all these policies in place, why does it take so long to remove an educator? And the educator is still teaching. I want to hear from you, is the educator, because she's not suspended, is he still teaching and is he still a danger to our learners because they are terrified and children don't want to talk about it. So, you know, learners are already struggling at home and come to school for a safe place and being abused at school. It's a big, big problem. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I again wish to assure the member that we have taken action, that disciplinary charges have been preferred, and we do expect a hearing. And of course, this teacher has been asked to provide reasons why she has not been suspended. I will obviously look into the reasons why this matter may have taken so long to deal with, but I can assure the member I'm advised that the teacher in question was in fact on sick leave. Also on the question of support to the learners, support I am advised was provided and social psychological support was provided to the victims at Bella Vista Primary.
Thank you very much. Honourable Said.
Chair, I thank the Honourable MEC for finally responding to the question. In a 2017 written reply on sanctions against teachers found guilty of corporal punishment, the former MEC stated that the department does not have jurisdiction over school governing body employees, and that goes beyond just the issue of corporal punishment, and accordingly does not have information in that regard. Just wanted to ask the MEC as to how corporal punishment cases, in particular against SGB, against those who are employed by the SGB staff are handled in schools, and whether any of these have been reported this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you for the question, Honourable Member. Again, I want to assure the member that we are going to take the whole matter of corporal punishment and indeed any other kind of abuse seriously in our schools. And as I said in my reply, there will be a zero tolerance approach. I'm obviously not familiar with the reply on in 2017, which of course was provided to the House by my predecessor. I will certainly look into this whole matter, and I will revert to the honourable member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Bartman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, often with disciplinary processes, those are processes that you put in place in reaction to something. And I would like to ask, in terms of discipline in the schools, in a proactive regard, what measures are there thus to improve disciplines in school, given that corporal punishment is illegal? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I have said that we want to take a zero tolerance approach. And of course, we must take a zero tolerance approach, particularly to those kinds of offences which in the Act are defined as serious misconduct. And those kinds of offences include, and not all members will know this, of course, those learners who may have used or had in their possession or selling or distributing dangerous objects, alcoholic liquor, or indeed illegal drugs, learners who commit an act of bullying or assault or theft or arson or malicious damage to property, learners who commit an act of gross insubordination, learners in possession of unauthorized copies, for example, of tests or examinations, learners who attempt to bribe any person, learners who try to gain an unfair advantage, learners who, for example, engage in public indecency, learners who are, for example, found guilty of transgressing the learner's code of conduct. We do need to ensure that, of course, there is discipline in our schools. And of course, the key issue here, Honourable Member, is that school governing bodies must enforce their school's code of conduct and take disciplinary action in the case of any infringements of this code. And we, of course, and this relates to the question put by the Honourable Member, we provide training to schools on how to do this. In addition, we also provide training to teachers on how to identify and manage problem behavior among learners, as well as classroom management and methods of maintaining discipline that do not involve physical violence. It's crucial that we, of course, identify and intervene in antisocial behavior as early as possible, and help, of course, is available from the department. We also, as the Honourable Member may know, have positive behavioural interventions in our schools, such as our positive behaviour programme and indeed the Transform to Perform strategy. When we look at behaviour, like I have described, I think we must also be honest, Honourable Member. We also have to ask ourselves, what are these kids learning at home from their parents? Parents need to be clear with their children that they must respect their teachers, respect their classmates, and abide by the code of conduct for learners in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Any further? Honourable Said. Apologies. Honourable Said first.
No, Honourable Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. And thank you to the Minister for the response. Just as a follow-up, and this is relating to behavior of teachers, I just wanted to know whether it has been brought to the MEC's attention, the incident at Deersville High School in Saldanha Bay, where learners are allegedly, and particularly African learners, it's a trend, where African learners, when there's any allegation of misconduct, they are then asked by teachers to clean the windows. And also the other thing that tends to happen is when female learners, there's an allegation that when female learners at this particular high school are in the toilet, you have certain male teachers, male educators who are alleged to be videoing those learners. This has come to light when I've gone to visit the area and engaged with parents. I just wanted to know whether the department, through the district, coming from the circuit manager, has brought the matter to the MEC's attention, because the matters were raised with the district and with the circuit manager. If the matter hasn't come, I'm more than welcome to actually submit them to the MEC once the parent sends the issues to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you to the honourable member for drawing my attention.
By the way, I didn't wait. I just got it last night.
Thank you, Honourable Said. Honourable members, order.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable member for bringing this matter to my attention. I was not aware of the matter, and of course, it is deeply concerning. I will obviously immediately take up this matter with the department, but I wonder whether the member would, in any event, please furnish me with any particulars that he may have so that the department can take action. I will not tolerate this kind of behaviour in schools in the Western Cape.
Thank you very much, Minister. That concludes question 2. We move over to question 5. You ready, Honourable Minister? I now recognise Minister David Mania.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You can see that I'm certainly working hard this afternoon and earning my salary. Well, now that the honourable member has raised the question of leaving,
please,
from
Minister,
what
keep
I
to
read
the
in
question.
The newspaper, the only person in this house that's leaving is the honourable member himself, leaving as leader of the opposition and of his party here in the Western Cape. Although that's what we hear, I can't confirm it. I believe that the honourable Khalid
Minister,
Syed will
Rule
know
44,
much,
please,
much
Minister.
more
Minister Mania, Rule 44, please.
on this subject. There have been discussions, I believe, Deputy Speaker, among the 3 branches who are active here in the city of Cape Town.
Minister Mania, Rule 44, please. Yes, Honourable Dugmore.
Is that I want to ask whether it is correct for the Honourable Mania to mislead the House, whereas in fact there are 250 branches with over 100 members.
Thank you very much, Honourable Dugmore, for that
Thank
clarification.
you. Deputy Speaker, I really do apologise for
Please,
for
can I
misleading the
have
House,
you
but I
focus
know
on the
that
question?
The honourable member doesn't deny that he's leaving. I wonder if he could confirm whether in that respect I might have been misleading the House. Otherwise, we would have to draw the
Minister Mania, we will
that in fact he is leaving.
This hot seat is getting really overheating now. Can you focus on the question?
Honourable member about his future.
Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you.
Honourable members, can we focus back on question 5?
Now, the Honourable Nkondlo asks what has happened since I've got to education, and why don't I go back to finance? I think I need to answer that question. I've got new purpose and new energy in this portfolio. I'm sure that the Minister feels it.
Stand up if you want to put a point of order, Honourable Member. There you may. What's your point of order?
My point of order, when we are doing these talks, we are told that it's not right, it's anti-parliamentary.
Correct.
And then when the MEC decides he wants to entertain conversations, he's having conversations and speaking just haphazardly, it's fine. Deputy Speaker is not ruling on that. I don't know what the joke is, but consistency must happen here.
Sure. And maybe you listened to Hansard and said, I said 3 times Rule 44, so the Minister is on a fine line. He knows that. He's pushing the boundaries. Honourable Murray, what's your point of order? Honourable members, I can't hear Honourable Murray. What's your point of order?
I wish to appeal to members. This is not a fun house. This has become so bad in this house that I don't think it's worthwhile even for members to turn up for these sessions. It's becoming a joke. And I want you to make sure that those members who want to listen to constructive debate and get the facts which they need to do their job, get a chance to listen. But there's just laughter and giggling and interjections as though that is the role of Parliament. I want to make an appeal to all members and to the Chair to re-establish order in this House, please.
Honourable Member, thank you very much. Honourable Minister Mania, can you proceed, please, to question 5?
Thank you. I'll ignore the interjections from the honourable members, and I take the point which is made by the honourable member. Of course, the fact that I do wish to thank the honourable member for his question, and his question, of course, traverses the whole question of school closures. The simple answer to the Honourable Khalid Said's question is this: no. No. I've decided to place a moratorium on all school closures because we are not convinced. We are not convinced by the National Department's framework for closing schools, which of course essentially says that if a school is a micro school and has multi-grade teaching, we should close it. According to the standard parameters for closure and merger of micro public schools, dated the 25th of March 2017, which of course is a policy of the Department of Basic Education, the national government, the rate of implementation of the closure and merger of micro schools under the school rationalization and realignment process is affecting the progress made towards ensuring that schools meet the provisions of the minimum norms and standards for school infrastructure. Now, the process for closure contained in the Department of Basic Education's guidelines for rationalization and realignment of public schools, it's called a holistic approach, which was also dated the 7th of December 2017. According to the DBE, the publishing of these two documents, of course, is intended to facilitate school rationalization and realignment of schools. But the DBE then further states that schools that are classified as micro schools, according to the regulations relating to minimum uniform norms and standards for public school infrastructure, which was also published in a government gazette on the 29th of November 2013, should be considered for closure or merger. This refers, of course, to primary schools with learner enrollment figures of fewer than 135, and of course secondary schools with learner enrollment figures of fewer than 200. We are just simply not sure that this is the best way to approach the unique circumstances of each school. And we want to develop our own data-driven policy in line with our vision before proceeding. And it's for this reason, Honourable Member, that I've placed a moratorium on school closures pending a review of our approach. And my answer to your question is no.
Thank you. Honourable Said, would you like to follow up?
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Let me firstly welcome the announcement of this particular moratorium. It's a positive step in the right direction following the kind of pressure we had to exert on the former MEC and the recalcitrants in that regard. So we want to welcome this move from the current MEC. We differ at times, but this is where we will agree. The just linked to that, in the MEC's reply to my question in July 2022 on the planned closure of the Kleinfontein Primary School in the Overberg near Swellendam, he outlined the process that will be followed to arrive at a decision to close this particular school. I wanted to just get a sense, would this school also fall under this moratorium, number one, but linked more importantly, I want to ask the MEC to provide an update and place on record, because he's spoken about the moratorium, but whether this school falls in that category, and given that there is a moratorium then, what is going to happen then in the instance, because there's an argument that's been made by the department that there are far too few learners in that particular school. And there's another school nearby and there needs to be a merger. I just want to get a sense as to what will be happening in that particular regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for putting the question. I'm not sufficiently familiar with the particulars of the case to which you refer. And I wonder if you would put a written question so that I could provide you with those particulars. But I have decided to place a moratorium on all school closures, and there are no exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Bartman. Then I see you, Honourable Murray. Her hand was up before.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, in many of our rural areas, we often have schools that have very small amount of learners in them. So they are often affected by this national framework regarding school closures. And I wanted to therefore welcome this announcement by the Minister and ask what led to this decision and whether there might be some backlash with national. Are we going to then fight that backlash, if any? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you for the question, Honourable Member. I obviously can't anticipate the response of national government. That would obviously be in the hands of our national minister. I must say, I want to be in the business of opening schools, not in the business of closing schools in our province. And I do not think that simply because a school is small and simply because a school is a multi-grade school, it should necessarily be closed. And it's precisely for that reason that I want to review our approach so that, as I said, we have a data-driven policy that's in line with our vision so that we can proceed in a way that is rational and data-driven, not just simply driven by a guideline, which says, and sensible, and says that because a school is necessarily small and employs multi-grade teaching, that it should ipso facto be closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Murray.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I'm covered by what the Honourable Member Bartman asked, especially as it affects farm schools. And I'm sure that the official opposition will agree with me that the children of farm workers might be the first to be affected if numbers determine whether a school is closed or not. And they are the people who need education perhaps mostly. I also want the Minister, and I don't want him to respond, but in his future vision for this, what to happen in those schools, whether he must consider that in the events when schools close down for whatever reason, they still be made use of for educational purposes of a different type. Our youth have become delinquents, and children do not have proper teaching, perhaps, or discipline at home. Could those schools become a place of assisting in the process of readjusting young people has become wayward in terms of the law. Instead of letting these schools become the target of people who destroy it, I've seen many schools in Nelson River totally destroyed. The buildings has been destroyed. Could we perhaps utilize schools? You know, it's a different question. Don't expect an answer now. I would just want the minister to look at the possibility of saving the building and putting better use to it in an educational way.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I want to thank you for your contribution. On the whole question of farm schools, which are often, as you say, micro schools with relatively few learners, it's precisely for that reason that I've decided to place this moratorium on school closures. Of course, I said to the House that I've done so pending a review of our approach, and I think your proposal of carefully considering how we use existing infrastructure and whether that infrastructure can be repurposed is a very sensible suggestion, and I will certainly take it on board as we review our approach to school closures here in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. Any further follow-up questions? No, there aren't. That brings us to the end of question 5. I think I've got just enough time for the last question. Question 8. I now recognise the Honourable Minister Wenger.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In response to the Honourable Member's question, small businesses in townships and rural areas are faced with many obstacles in achieving business growth. Obstacles include constraints that are common to most startups, such as an absence of affordable finance, market competition, external risks including crime, and high regulatory barriers. Access to markets is the most limiting factor for businesses, and despite the presence of finance, businesses require access to markets to manage and sustain their operations. The Pick and Pay Market Store project was an attempt to address some of these challenges through the conversion of existing spaza shops or vacant and suitably located sites within townships into independently owned mini supermarkets in townships. The initiative involved improving the infrastructure, building, machinery, and equipment in the township retail sector. The Department of Economic Development and Tourism provided 3.6 million rand financial assistance to qualifying beneficiaries in the form of grant funding to facilitate the refurbishment of market stores. Part of our approach in this regard is a commitment to partner with the private sector, which of course includes the private sector in townships, while innovating and trying new things so that we can keep on pushing ourselves to do better. In this context, the Pick and Pay Market Store project was an innovative collaboration which involved the conversion of existing spaza shops within townships into independently owned mini supermarkets. 6 of the 8 stores that were opened in the Western Cape through this collaboration remain operational. Employment pre-conversion across all stores was 24 jobs, and employment as at 30 June 2021 was 151 jobs. Part of attempting new approaches is to learn lessons from them. And in this respect, I appreciate the spirit of the member's question on the challenges encountered and the lessons learnt. Some of the challenges faced relate to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the related restrictions. Further, high setup costs, the impact of crime, finding a suitable location for the stores, and store managers were some of the challenges faced. We've also seen how regulatory processes can impact small and micro enterprises in particular. During the course of this program, the department has learned that more intensive training for business owners is needed over a longer period of time, and that store owners must be actively involved in the daily operations of the business for it to be successful and to thrive. This should include regular on-site mentorship, We also need to ensure that we fast-track regulatory processes in the beginning stages of the program to avoid it becoming a barrier later. Going forward, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will certainly leverage lessons learned from this project as we focus on delivering an enabling environment for the private sector in communities right across the Western Cape.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Perhaps Minister can clarify, because she says 6 out of 8, and if my arithmetic serves me well, it means she means only 2 failed. And according to the information I have, I've got no Zinga of NY115 that has closed, was de-enfranchised. TMB in Langa, the ones that the committee visited, the 2 ladies in Delft, that's the 3rd one, and 1 in Stellenbosch. So is Minister not aware of these other shops that also were part of the initiative and actually their businesses didn't do well?
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. As far as the information I have available and have been briefed on, 6 of the stores are still operational and 2 have closed down. I don't have any further information about further shops having closed down. However, if the member has information that I'm not in possession of, I'd be very grateful for that to reach my office.
Thank you very much, Honourable Vimby. I recognise you, and then Honourable Murray. And now you'll have to put your hands up. I've got only one opportunity. So, Honourable Vimby, you may continue. Sorry, Honourable Member, it's over to you. No, Honourable Nkondlo, you are after. You may proceed, Honourable Member. My apologies.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, I just want to ask whether these spaza shops that were assisted by the provincial government via Pick and Pay, were they existing spaza shop or were they started from fresh spaza shop? And if they were existing, why was the money not given directly to them as spaza shops? Because that's what we do with other businesses that the provincial government via the department funds, like some of them we visited, the provincial government does give money directly to those businesses, be it B&Bs, be it other small businesses in the white areas. So why couldn't this money be given directly to the spaza shops?
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. As far as I'm informed, 2 of the participants had trading histories, while the remaining 6 did not. Then just to clarify, the Department of Economic Development and Tourism provided grant funding to the store owners directly. And we did this to assist the store owners because we understand that challenges exist in opening businesses. The funding that was provided was specifically to assist the store owners with infrastructure, and that was not loan funding, that was grant funding for things such as air conditioning units, refrigeration, security systems, uniforms for staff members, and that was provided directly to the store owners themselves.
Thank you, Minister. I now recognise online Honourable Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My question is, what other support does the Western Cape government provide to SMMEs?
Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. What support do we provide to other SMMEs as provincial government? Obviously, creating the right conditions that will help SMMEs to start and expand is very important to us. So we do this by trying to create an enabling environment and removing barriers that might stand in the way of small businesses. So, for example, one of the key barriers is funding. And so we've recently launched the 2022 iteration of the SMME Booster Fund, which aims to enhance the sustainability of rural, urban, township-based youth and people with disabilities, as well as women-owned SMMEs specifically. 16 million rand will be distributed to selected organizations that help deliver training on business development support, as well as access to markets for SMMEs. Since the first iteration of this fund in 2019, I'm informed it has allocated just under 60 million rand in funding and supported 730 SMMEs in the province. So far, this fund has supported 386 township-based businesses from areas such as Mlokweni, Kaimandi, Ayades Valley, Khayelitsha, Gugulethu, Dunoon, Macassar, Philippi, Delft, Konakatula, and Zwelitra, to name a few. However, with the COVID-19 pandemic hitting small businesses in particular, the Western Cape Government's COVID-19 Supplier Development Program was another intervention that worked to increase the capacity and ability of micro enterprises who manufactured cloth masks and sanitizers and other related products. Businesses were supported through this program, which sustained 71 jobs, including in areas such as Mitchell's Plain, Deasville, and Seawinds. Furthermore, as the member will see reflected in the 2022 main budget, the Western Cape Government has allocated the following amounts over the 2022 MTEF: 78.5 million for enterprise development, 18 million for regional and local economic development, 67 million for red tape reduction. And red tape reduction is, of course, very important because by removing red tape, businesses can be assisted even further. At the moment, this unit has been able to maintain a successful case resolution rate of 93% for the last financial year, and we look forward and are trying very hard to improve this record for the year ahead.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. That brings us to the end of that question. Unfortunately, we are way over time. We need to move on. Thank you, members. That is the end of questions for oral replies. Outstanding replies will be printed on the Hansard. We now move over to questions to the Premier without notice in terms of Rule 204. I recognise the Honourable Mbimbi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much for the opportunity to ask questions to the Premier, the Honourable Premier. Honourable Premier, my question is related to the Chapter 9s as well as Chapter 10 institutions and their relevance and how you actually having them in high regard. As the head of the executive in the Western Cape and as the custodian of the Constitution, and particularly constitutional matters, does the Premier respect and uphold Chapter 9 and 10 institution of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa?
Thank you, Premier.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Mbimbi for the question, and the answer is yes.
Honourable Mbimbi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier, for that response. If you do respect and uphold this institution, and given that we have decided to protect a certain MEC Bredel, could you give us an update on the progress of their review application on the public protector response in respect of one of the public protector's report implicating him, yourself, as well as MEC in the cover-up of maladministration, corruption, and fraud in Oton, and which was released now a year ago, and also the public protector's report released earlier this year on MEC Spredel's improper conduct on instructing the DA caucus members of the appointment of a senior official in George.
Premier.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Member for that follow-up. And I know that it was yesterday at 9 o'clock I signed off the legal papers because, as I think the honourable member does know, that we were granted leave to appeal. And in actual fact, the legal team that are going to court on the appeal application, those forms were actually signed with the state attorneys yesterday at 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Thank you very much. That's the end of question. You've had 2 follow-ups. That's last one. That's correct.
Look, and then the interesting thing then, Honorable Minister, I want again on the same minister that on the same minister I'm going to ask, because you seem to have acted differently on just mere allegation on other ministers in the past. For example, Honorable Matikizela is out based on issues that were raised. Honorable Fritz is out based again on allegation, but on this one, there were actual factual reasons, and there was actual, if you also consider the decision of the public protector as binding in terms of the remedial action that the process, I should expect that you will have acted on that. But on the one of Matikizel and Fritz, it was just mere allegation and you removed them. But on this one, there is facts on the table that he has been found to have actually flouted the laws. But then on that one, while on that one there's been an issue, questions have now been raised on the appointment of the HOD of one of the MEC Predel's department and an interview panel on which the Premier was listed as an observer on it. The chairperson of the interview panel was MEC Predel. The person proposed for appointment is alleged to be a family member of the MEC's head of office. Now, will the Premier abide by the findings of the Chapter 9 or 10 institution should such a constitutional entity find the appointment to have been a case of nepotism?
Thank you, Premier.
And obviously, there were like 3 questions in one there. So let's deal with the first part. And the honourable member, if he took 3 separate ministers in this government and then tried to crowd them into one space and a decision. He must understand that how the rule of law works, and that in actual fact, every time any allegation is made, it has to be investigated. And of course, whatever that investigation comes out with, you have to then apply your mind to the outcome of that investigation. You cannot have one ruling that just applies to everything blanket. Then his understanding of the rule of law is limited. You cannot do that, first of all. Second of all, obviously, let's see what happens through an investigation. He did note HODs and that I act as an observer in appointments of HODs. I'm pretty certain that the honourable member knows that when it comes to appointment of heads of department, it is the Premier that appoints heads of department. And so what I do in order to enable myself to make sure that the panel have applied their minds when it comes to me, I sit in on the interviews, and I have done since the beginning of this term, so that I can hear what the applicants are saying and what they are putting forward. Every single time when it comes to the end of the interview, I excuse myself, so I'm never part of any deliberation that the interview panel have. And every single interview, as it starts, it is pointed out to every candidate that this is the interview panel, and over there is the Premier, who is just going to observe. He only has observer status. And I've done that in every single case. And of course, then what happens is after their deliberation, they make their finding, and then they send it to me for sign-off. Of course, if I wanted to be, I could be part of the interview panel, seeing as I am the one that needs to appoint. But I prefer to do it at an arm's length and only observe, and then allow the interview panel, and then they send it to me, because I believe it is an extra layer of oversight.
Thank you very much. I now recognise Honourable Murray. Your question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Premier, in light of your frequent calls on the national government to devolve powers over police to the Western Cape, in terms of Chapter 6, Article 99 and Article 146, 2A and B of the Constitution of the Republic, and your parties declared policies supporting subsidiarity and federalism, and your own wish of redesigning government, like you just said, what other powers except police would you similarly want to be dissolved to the Western Cape, and how soon?
Premier.
Thank you very much to the honourable member. Thank you very much to the honourable member for that question. Absolutely. I mean, I think, first of all, policing powers and devolution. I think I've said earlier today that if I look at crime statistics across South Africa, we have to try something else. We have to do something else. We cannot just keep on doing the same thing and hope for a different or better outcome. And so I'm really encouraged as of the last 2 days and last week's questions in the National Assembly to the President that he has now said that we will have a look at and at least have that discussion. So for me, that is one major step forward, that there's a recognition that in actual fact, crime is out of control, and we need to have a second, a different look at how we deal with it. The second area, I think it is commonly said, and that is one of rail, devolution of the management of our passenger rail service. And again, there, I think, as I said earlier today, also an encouraging discussion in the last or the first 2 days of this week, where at least with the Gauteng government and the Western Cape government, there's ad idem that this is something that needs to take place. And the National Minister is already indicating that he's looking at 2026 as a possible date for the devolution of that power. I think that, there's always the tendency in everything that happens to say when something doesn't work that I'd love to take that over. I also think that as a province, you can't just take over everything. So the list could be, unending. I mean, I don't usually use the protocol lounge at the airport, and I came through it the other day, and it was terrible. I wanted to phone international relations and say I want to take over the protocol lounge because it is an embarrassment. I mean, they had a president coming from another country, and no one even knew where the carpet was at the entrance, and it was a total disaster. Then your automatic instinct is, well, here's another area that we need to take over. But of course, we can't take over everything. So I think that as our new democracy evolves, that we need to see areas that perhaps are failing, or areas where in the founding principles of our Constitution that says when a local government or a provincial government which is closer to the people have the ability to deliver that service, that should be devolved. So I think it should just be seen as a common principle that in actual fact closer to the citizens is where decision making and power should be, and that a national government has much more step-in clause when there is failure instead of the other way around, which it is at the moment. I mean, there's a very big discussion happening right now around powers of provinces when it comes to Section 139 of the Constitution and local governments. And there's ad idem across all of our provinces that local governments don't have sufficient powers in oversight when it comes to local government. A lot of discussion also happening this week around how do we change those powers? How do we get to intervene before it's a disaster and a failure? Because the disaster and the failure happens, and at the end of the day, the citizens suffer because everything has fallen to pieces and the citizens are not getting the service. So, yeah, I think that's another area. policing, rail, and probably local government oversight. Our government has sent a document following the local government extended cabinet of about a month ago. Have sent an extended document to the presidency based on what we think should change with regards to the oversight model of local government and the powers of provinces to intervene when failure happens. But I think in principle it should be devolution closer to the people at local government level and provincial level, and that oversight happens at national. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Murray.
Thank you so much, Premier, for your well-structured response. But I want to ask, what progress has been made and which processes have you initiated since 2019 to achieve any of these objectives which you've just mentioned to us? Can you just take us into your confidence?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Well, first of all, with regards to policing powers, we established a committee of constitutional law advisors. We established a committee of people from our universities, criminologists, on looking at what would the structure look like and how could we get devolution of policing. Those documents were all put together in part of a framework of the application. And then I want to say that, as I've just said, that it is either a constitutional change, which has its own processes, or what we're pushing for is an assignment change, which is Section 99 of the Constitution. Although in my discussions on Tuesday, specifically with Minister Becky Cele, he does not agree with me that it could be a Section 99. But those are further discussions that we have agreed that we will have. So our same committee will now be looking at further discussions that we can enable through legal. It'll start with legal. And then, so Monday and Tuesday was in Pretoria. On Wednesday morning, also in discussion with our own legal team, we are now revising our first initial documents as sent through. And our legal team, along with senior counsel, have actually got some other ideas which they're going to come back to me on to say we could perhaps try a further discussion around Section 99, or, as we've also been saying, Section 206. And that is around that the national government can write policy and through that policy enable different decision making. At the moment, with policing powers, we do have a system where we have a provincial police commissioner, and we do have a joint operations command, the JOC, which does have representation of local government, provincial government. But unfortunately, when it comes to real decision making, then that moves to one level higher, and then we don't play a role anymore. So we are trying all sorts of angles to say, how do we get to a stage where we actually rethink and reinvent specifically around the policing model?
Thank you very much, Honourable Murray. Your final choice.
Premier, very concise, to the point, and encouraging. But my next question, a process must be put in place. How do you get to the final installment? So I want to ask you, does a provincial referendum of consulting the electorate form part of your plans? And will opposition parties be part of the processes to determine the way forward and the nature of the questions to be asked in such a referendum? Because, as you know, Mr. Premier, the result of a referendum depends largely on the nature of the question asked. And I think that I want to ask you, do you have it in mind to go it alone on the formulation of a question? Or will you be prepared to get together a committee made up of the official opposition and other smaller parties to determine what is to be asked before we progress further on this road?
Premier?
Thank you very much for that. Actually, very important question. So, a province within the Constitution can call a referendum. It is written in the Constitution. A premier can do it. Unfortunately, the regulation which has to be written within that constitutional mandate has not been formulated. That has to be formulated by a national government. In actual fact, my predecessor, Premier Zille, engaged with the previous president to say, please, we need to have the regulations written to create the environment in which a referendum can be called. We have reiterated that again to say to the current president, you need to be able to write those regulations to enable a referendum to be called. So first of all, I know a lot of people talk about referendums. Unfortunately, even though it's mentioned in the Constitution, it is not a possibility within our current regulatory environment. Those regulations still have to be written, number one. Number two, of course, a question in a referendum has to be properly thought through. The most interesting thing I find are these people that talk about Cape Exit, and they want to have a referendum on Cape Exit, and they want to ask the Western Cape citizens the question. If you want to say, you have to ask all citizens of South Africa that question, not just the citizens of the province. You can't just ask, you know, the one party the question. You have to ask both parties the question, because it's about tax, it's about national pride, it's about all sorts of things, it's about our economy, it's about all sorts of things. So I mean, the logic does not make any sense to me whatsoever. So the question has to be critical, and you've got to find the right question. I absolutely agree. And if you look at the results of different referenda around the world, if that question is not put properly, the consequences could be dire and really have long-term effects on your citizens. I want to say that when it comes to a referendum, in actual fact, there is a referendum in our province. Every 5 years, there's a referendum. That referendum says, citizens of this province, here is a manifesto, here is a question, here is a plan. Do you support it, yes or no? And the voters decide. That's a referendum. And in actual fact, that should be the ultimate referendum, because that's how democracies work.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of questions to the Premier. We now move over to statements by members in terms of Rule 145. I now recognise the ANC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. President Cyril Ramaphosa continues to show exemplary leadership to our country. On the 28th of August 2022, our President announced the launch of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council. The commitment to dealing with malfeasance and corruption has seen the strengthening of SARS, the NPA, the Hawks, as well as the SIU. These agencies are now doing their work without fear or favor. The battle against corruption and crime is not an easy one. Its tentacles extend to the private and the public sector and has also made its presence felt in civil society. This council is made up of members of civil society, business, and other stakeholders, and will provide strategies and develop policies in line with the NACC strategy. Our President has shown the willingness and commitment to rid the administration and broader society of corrupt practices, to put in motion the processes that will develop preventative measures, install capacity in government institutions, and provide the necessary resources to prevent corruption from happening again. The Council will also provide advisory input on matters related to government's comprehensive response to the recommendations of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture, the Zondo Commission. We applaud the proactive stance that our President has taken, the seriousness with which he's dealing with this, and we need to say that we fought for a democratic constitution which is clear in its commitment to redress the imbalances of the past. The independence of the judiciary and the rights of victims and accused are enshrined. As the ANC, we want to make it clear. We support other internal organizational changes adopted by the National Executive Committee, such as the step-aside resolution and the establishment of an ANC Integrity Commission, and will resist populist attempts to undermine these measures from wherever they come. At the same time, we support that our law enforcement agencies act without fear or favor and the constitutional imperative of the presumption of innocence until proven guilty are followed. We hope that the DA pays attention instead of paying 460,000 Rand for the legal fees of Nora Gross, who's actually in court for fraud and corruption.
Thank you, Honourable Dugmore. Apologies, I did miss the DA there, so I recognise the DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, there is little doubt that Western Cape leads from the front in terms of delivering quality education to learners in our province. In the Bill of Rights, education is enshrined as a fundamental human right. However, considering the high levels of poverty currently being experienced in our country, we know that many are negatively impacted by malnutrition and growth stunting. And this is no exception in the education sector. It is for this reason why the National School Nutrition Program was established. In so doing, through this conditional grant funding, the Western Cape feeds 507,332 children in 1,024 schools. While this program ensures that many children do not go hungry, we are concerned how the national quintile system is once again posing a problem and is excluding learners in need. This national conditional grant funding only provides for quintiles 1 to 3 schools, which means that poor learners in other quintiles such as 4 and 5 are negatively impacted by this. Thankfully, through savings of the NSMP funding, the WCED has been able to fund selected quintile 4 to 5 schools for 190 days of the year. In the end, we find ourselves having to deal with a system that does not speak to the status of the student and therefore results in inefficient funding being allocated to the respective provincial departments. And we call upon the national government to review the quintile system so that conditional grant funding, such as this specific grant, can be more impactful for our learners. For children to be able to learn holistically, it is essential that they are properly nourished as to not experience stunting in their growth. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognise the EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF condemns the ANC-led Theavaterskloof municipality for conducting a municipal event only in Afrikaans in order to create a language barrier to non-African speakers. The Economic Freedom Fighters would like to take this opportunity to condemn the attitude of those running the Theavaterskloof municipality for using the municipality resources to create a language barrier against non-African speakers. This follows a municipality event held on the 6th of September 2022 meant to mark the closing of Women's Month, being held strictly in Afrikaans without making any interpretation mechanisms available to non-African speakers, and thereby deliberately excluding them from the event. Whilst the EFF does not have a problem with the Afrikaans as a language, however, it is wrong to use state resources in a manner that is exclusionary. Imagine a situation where a group of people embrace women and their rights and with the very same energy exclude some of those women using mechanism meant for language barrier. South Africa comes from a painful past where language was deliberately used to advance some whilst excluding others for social and political and economic ends. I cannot imagine state resources of the municipality being used to create a discord amongst its members to an extent that others leave the event without hearing anything and living with a feeling that an event held on celebrating women was useless. This is very sad, and when it's done by those who should be deemed as leaders, especially the former liberation movement. Thank you very much, Deputy.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable members of this House. Like many countries around the world, South Africa has been hard hit by a cost of living crisis. The Western Cape government has been implementing a variety of measures to guarantee that this province's most vulnerable residents are taken care of, uplifted, and given access to a life of dignity and wellness during these difficult times. We, as leaders of this provincial parliament, should spare no effort to use every means possible to guarantee that the Western Cape government improves access to nutrition, food security, and safeguards the most vulnerable people whom the cost of living crisis threatens to impact the most. The DA commends the Western Cape government for employing a number of measures to ensure that food security for all our residents is achieved. One of these initiatives is the Western Cape Education Department's Food Gardens. This initiative has assisted in the establishment of 571 food gardens at schools and has appointed 146 gardeners to ensure their sustainability. This initiative between the WCED and the public sector partners has made valuable contributions to ensuring that vulnerable learners have access to sufficient and nutritious meals at all times. We also commend the province's continued leadership in keeping the Western Cape thriving despite the economic downturn. According to Stats SA's quarterly labour force survey for the second quarter of 2022, the DA-governed Western Cape has the lowest expanded unemployment rate in the country. This Parliament should continue to work alongside the provincial government to ensure that we can continue to grow our economy and provide support to the most vulnerable in our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise Good.
No statements. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognise the ACDP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, today I yet again want to highlight the unemployment of our youth and our unskilled youth. As parents, we all have dreams and plans for our children. At birth, we are wide-eyed with the prospect that they can achieve something in their lives. Our minds are lifted with the plans or visions of the future generation. Sadly, Deputy Speaker, in today's economic climate, our hopes are dashed as parents because it seems like youth on the streets have no future. It can be said that young men and young ladies are doomed because many of our young men and ladies are unskilled. It's sad to see that the ambitions that they once had is now pushing trolleys in the streets, picking up cardboard in the roads to make a living. In the townships, our young girls fall pregnant and they're jeopardizing their futures. But when you speak to these youngsters on the street, they said, we are unskilled, we are unemployed, and we cannot find jobs. Speaker, this is a major problem, because if that is the future of the next generation, we're in serious trouble. So the ACDP wants to appeal that more must be done to employ and skill our young people, that the wheelie bins that they pull in the streets and the trolleys that they push and the cardboards that they pick up to make a living is not the future for a better South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The taxi industry emerged in the 1970s when the apartheid regime refused to spend on safe, reliable and affordable transport for racialized cheap labor in the townships. It survived through the 1980s. The continuous harassment by the regime, which JP Smith is repeating today, the taxi industry survived that harassment during apartheid days. The ANC in the Western Cape legislature notes and condemns in the strongest possible terms the recent taxi violence in and around Nyanga, which negatively affected innocent commuters and destroyed infrastructure. The ANC is of the view that the city instigated this recent violence through their draconian raid of permit holders and impounding taxis while they don't regularly issue permits. We call on SAPS and other relevant authorities to investigate whether JP Smith, through his cowboy-style handling of the situation, did not instigate this violence. We agree with former MEC Matikizela that the confrontational approach of this provincial government in the city will not address the root causes of this problem. Government failure, especially the provincial government's failure to subsidize the taxi industry while it spent billions annually to subsidize Golden Arrow bus services and my city, is part of the problem. Secondly, we asked MEC Mitchell earlier this year to intervene on the failure of municipality to develop and include integrated transport plan in their IDPs. Lastly, The inconsistent issuing of operating licenses is the major contributing factor. There are too few operating licenses and taxes get impounded daily because the provincial government and the city refuse to open more routes and issue opening licenses. The silence and absence of both the Premier and MEC Mitchell on this matter is deafening and too loud. They must please intervene.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognise the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In the healthcare sector, emergency medical services play an integral role in providing essential care to those involved in serious injury or illness. Owing to the nature of this work, it requires these medical professionals to often be transported to areas where their own safety cannot be guaranteed. This has led to the Western Cape Health Department identifying red zones, such as Manenberg, Browns Farm, Nyanga, Guguletu, Kalksteenfontein, Lingaletu, Harare, Mandela Park, and Samora Machel, where police escorts are required before entering. While this is a delicate system that is dependent on a common resource pool, it means that EMS workers are thus dependent on waiting for police at stations before being able to get to a particular scene. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it doesn't take a genius to see what problem arises from this. It is common knowledge that SAPS has been consistently underfunded and undercapacitated to deliver on its mandates. Right now, we see how it is affecting red zone operations for EMS workers. As of now, it takes on average 104 minutes for EMS workers to respond to an incident in a red zone. While this is an improvement from the 2019-2020 financial year, where it took more than 2 hours, it is still an abomination, as a few minutes, quite literally, is the difference between life or death when responding to certain emergencies. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it is time for SAPS to be fixed so that the Western Cape can continue saving lives. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognise the Freedom Front Plus. I don't see. No. Yeah, I'll move on. I recognise Al-Jamal. Nope. I recognise the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Honourable.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Over to you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Heathfield High School was prominently known as one of the schools with high academic performance and good discipline during the term of SEC Principal Mr. Wesley Newman, who was well loved by the learners and school community. The school has built up a reputation of high discipline and well-managed institution. It is, however, disappointing that the WCED has chosen Metro Police along with Caspers to invade the school to confront protesting learners recently. This was clearly provocative and unnecessary, as the police presence at the school only aggravated the already volatile situation further. Female learners have complained of sexual abuse by law enforcement officers during the recent standoff with them. The learners, who are known to be among the most peaceful and hard-working learners in the Western Cape. This tension at the school is the result of the department's unfair dismissal of one of the best principals the school ever had. Al-Jamal demands an end to police occupation of Heathfield High School. Whilst we agree that there should be the usual safety measures in place, we question the department's sudden reason to have invaded the school with the flimsy excuse to search learners for weapons and drugs. No such searches were necessary or carried out while Mr. Newman was principal at the school. I thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. And now recognise the DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, today PRASA signed the social impact agreement with communities living on the Central Line. Sadly, as is the norm with the ANC national government, they don't consult and never consult with all affected communities. And I, for example, only received an invitation yesterday, yes, honourable members, yesterday, to an event of such importance this morning. Councillors in Mitchell's Plain, including myself as constituency head, when we were shocked when we heard the news that land occupiers are being moved to the Hatch area in Mitchell's Plain. In fact, I was on Langa Station a month ago when the minister made such an important pronouncement. How is it possible for this move to be made without due public consultation with the community of Mitchell's Plain of nearly 1 million? How is it possible that the community are the last to be consulted about this decision by the ANC national government? This is unacceptable and is the impression created in Mitchell's Plain that communities such as Mitchell's Plain and others on the Cape Flats, that the ANC government reward those people who illegally occupy land. We urgently call on PRASA, the Housing Development Agency, to rethink the relocation to the Hatch in order to conduct a full public consultation process with the community of Mitchell's Plain. Furthermore, PRASA must look for alternative land and consult those affected communities as well. A lack of public participation on the side of the ANC national government will cause unnecessary friction between communities of Mitchell's Plain and Philippi, which the ANC is solely responsible for. It is the poor governments on the part of the national government to simply move thousands of families without ensuring due public participation from the local community. It is also poor planning by the Housing Development Agency to move thousands of people to the area without proper service delivery mechanisms such as schools, police stations, and clinics in place. This is the infrastructure that the ANC national government, PRASA, the national minister, and the national department must first look at before they move people. The original sin here, Deputy Speaker, is the ANC government. They destroyed the train services, and that's why the people have been moved. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you. That brings us to the end of statements. In accordance with Rule 145, Honourable Members, point 6. Honourable Members, I now allow one or more members of the Executive present to respond to members' statements for not more than 5 minutes collectively. Are there any members? I recognise the Honourable Minister Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it's very telling, again, Honourable Mvimbi's member statement, but I think it's important that I put on record the misinformation presented by Honourable Mvimbi. Honourable Mvimbi states that the City of Cape Town and the Western Cape government doesn't want to issue permits. So let me give Honourable Mvimbi the facts. A couple of years already, 400 permits were allocated by the City of, recommended by the City of Cape Town, that was endorsed by the Western Cape government Transport Department. Of that 400 permits, Deputy Speaker, only 170 of those 400 applications were applied for and issued. Of that 170, Honourable Deputy Speaker, through you to Honourable Mvimbi, only 17 is currently still kept up to date and valid. So for Honourable Mvimbi to come here to mislead this House by saying that permits are the issue for what happened in Nyanga is absolutely not true. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Mvimbi then makes the assertion that myself and the Premier were nowhere in this discussions. Now let me tell the Honourable Mvimbi, while you were sleeping, I was at the Joint Operations Centre at the Disaster Centre Management to ensure that we keep the lives of commuters safe during this operation. On Friday, I met with the national or the provincial leadership of the various taxi associations. With the concurrence of those leadership in the industry, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we then agreed that we will reconvene on Sunday, Deputy Speaker, past Sunday that passed. On Saturday, I received a request from the industry leaders to postpone that same meeting that was scheduled for Sunday on my request, Deputy Speaker, for Monday. In fact, that meeting happened on Monday with all the industry leaders, including the City of Cape Town, the Western Cape government, and various officials and various my counterparts in the City of Cape Town. Honourable Deputy Speaker, at that meeting, again, I recommitted this government's commitment with the City of Cape Town to ensure that of those 400 applications and permits that has been allocated, that this government with the City of Cape Town will assist the industry to make sure that we provide the necessary support to ensure that our that operators are compliant with the law. It was never about permits. It was about keeping commuters safe. Is Honourable Mvimbi saying to this House that the commuters of Nyanga doesn't deserve a safe and reliable public
Honourable
transport system?
Minister, if you could just take your seat, there is a point of order. Honourable Sayed, what's your point of order?
Okay, I rise on a point of order, Chair. The MEC has accused Honourable Mvimbi of misleading the House. That is not true. That's actually casting aspersions on the Honourable Mvimbi. He has not misled the House. He must withdraw that remark. Thank you.
Honourable Minister Mitchell.
Or he must come with a substantive motion.
Fair enough. Honourable Minister Mitchell, are you willing to withdraw that statement?
Honourable
Order
Deputy
members,
Speaker.
can I listen to the Minister? Yes, Honourable Minister.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I will withdraw if the Honourable Mvimbi feels that I have casted aspersions on his character, but I will not withdraw the facts that I have tabled in this House.
So be noted. You may proceed.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I want to move on to the assertion or assumption that this government does not support the minibus taxi industry. Honourable Deputy Speaker, if Honourable Mvimbi, that has been briefed on numerous times about the interventions from the Red Dot service and the Blue Dot service, that we have partnered with the minibus taxi industry over the last few years, that is a system or a contribution by this government that has not happened anywhere else in this country. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Mvimbi refers to the PTOG grant that it's a subsidy. It's a national grant, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that gets allocated annually to the Golden Arrow bus services. It's not a provincial grant, a national grant that gets facilitated or distributed through the provincial government. Again, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I feel that Honourable Mvimbi has been, we've been through standing committee after standing committee, highlighting exactly the same questions that's being raised again in a member statement. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. That's the end of member statements. In terms of the new Rule 151, we now move over to notices of motion. All notices submitted and published on the order paper below the line. We will now move to motions without notice. Members would please note that in terms of the new standing rule 150 pertaining to motions without notice, condolence and congratulatory was submitted to the Programming Authority prior to this plenary on the 6th of September 2022. Members would there further remember that motions without notice on congratulatory and condolence matters will not be allowed in this sitting if the Programming Authority has not processed them. In this regard, the tabling staff informs me that in Programming Authority meeting of 6th of September 2022, political parties submitted the names of honourable members in the desired order of speaking and indicated their respective members with a desire to move a motion without notice in this sitting of the House. I will therefore, just for noting and for the minutes, call out the honourable members whose names have accordingly been submitted and approved. The Programming Authority approved the following members' motions as follows. Honourable Brunkes, Honourable Botha, Honourable Bartman, Honourable Christians, Honourable Baku Force, Honourable Dugmore, Honourable Windvoerkel. I will now put the motions duly submitted and approved by the Programming Authority to the House. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The motions will appear in the minutes of the proceedings and on Hansard in each member's name as if that member has read them out aloud. I will now allow members to move motions without notice as per standing rule of 152D. This could include motions without notice that were not approved in the Programming Authority meeting. Members are reminded that 30 minutes as per the standing rule will start now. I recognise the Honourable Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes the importance of creating an enabling environment for the tech ecosystem to thrive, commends Taurus Energy, Wiper Wireless Power, RBI Drone Tech, and Delta Scan on the completion of the Investment Readiness Accelerator Program, notes that these programs were able to complete these Note that these businesses were able to complete these programs because they were selected by the Saldanha Bay Innovation Campus following their efforts at the Drone Tech Showcase pitching event. Notes further that the innovation businesses like these strengthen our economy and that provincial government should continue to create an enabling environment for the growth of such businesses, especially in the post-COVID recovery economy.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections? Agreed to. Honourable Murray, I see you, number 2.
Thank you again, Madam Deputy Chair. So I would like to move without notice that the House welcomes the R1 billion investment by Truworths to build a massive new distribution centre in Cape Town. Notes that the private investment of this kind is needed for the Western Cape economy to recover and create jobs. Further, welcomes the fact that this development will make use of green technology, highlighting the important role of the private sector in protecting our environment.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections? Agreed to. I recognise the Honourable Bartman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby wish to move without notice that this House wishes all learners a happy International Literacy Day today. We welcome this year's theme as it is premised on using literacy in order to ensure quality, equitable and inclusive education for all around the world. We look forward to the WCED continuing its work in delivering quality education.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections? Agreed to. I recognise the Honourable Nkondlo.
Sorry, Speaker.
You want me to move on one more?
Okay. Motion without notice. I move that the House notes the laudable and with profound admiration and pride the work done by Mr. Tumelo Pudumo, TP, and Mr. Loyiso Landu, Pais, who are affectionately known by their trademark and duo name TP Nalapais. The duo are recognized as living legends and a well-respected brand community of Kukuletu and neighboring communities. The company has a passion for the development of its people and seeing the negative altered into positive. Its footprints can be found through its partnerships with NGOs, NPOs, Youth in Depression, working with Shalom Haven and the Elevator Ground project that seeks to provide sanitary towels for young persons. At the center of its role in society, it's shared power space where young people from all diverse groups and integrated industries of trade come under one roof to develop and map out a development, amongst other things, creating partnerships. We therefore call that the Western Cape Provincial Government join in recognizing the continued commitment of these two individuals behind their brand, providing them with the needed support and resources to continuously aid them in their bid to alter and empower their communities. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections? Agreed to. I recognise the Honourable Sayed.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that this House notes and welcomes the incredible strides taken by our local legendary cricketers, Proteas former bowling coach Vincent Barnes and former international batsman Ashwell Prince, who have teamed up to create opportunities for young players from poor schools across the Western Cape, using the experience in sports and the challenging environments which often hinder opportunities of many of our young people. The Barnes Prince Foundation will use their platform as a driving force to create and hold space for young people to succeed in sports and education. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections? Agreed to. Honourable Dugmore, unfortunately, I can't accept that motion. It is a condolence and, as we say, pertains to Rule 150. My apologies. I'll move on to Honourable Kalmer.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the People's Movement, the African National Congress, I move a motion without notice that the House notes and commends the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment for listening to the grievances of the farming communities regarding the fairness and accuracy of the 2021 fishing rights allocation process. Following many complaints received from the fishing communities, the minister launched an audit of the entire process and followed in verifying and recognizing small-scale fishers in the Western Cape. And then based on the results of the audit and legal advice, she made an application to the Western Cape High Court to review and set aside the process of registration, verification and declaration of small-scale fishers in the Western Cape. Further notes that on the 31st of August 2022, the court reviewed and set aside the 2016 verification, registration and declarations and rights allocation process as per the minister's request, commends the ANC and the ANC Youth League leadership in the Western Cape, and in particular the Leader of Opposition and Deputy Chief Whip, for the extensive engagements with the ANC study group as well as fishing communities lobbying for this action by the minister. Welcomes the court ruling and makes demands for transformation in the oceans economy. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion be moved without notice? There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize Honourable Sayed.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes that some disciplinary punishments given against learners at Cluttersville and Calmore High Schools undermine their right to learning. Amongst other things, learners are turned away from entering the school premises for being a few minutes late and are forced to remain at home for an entire day, thus resulting in the exposure to criminality and gangsterism. And the House advises that instead, other disciplinary measures which do not hinder access to education and learner safety are considered instead. I so move.
Very much. Are there any objections to the motion be moved without notice? There are objections, Honourable Sayed, and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize Honourable Clerho.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Over to you, Honourable Clerho.
Yes, I move without notice that the House welcomes
Order members.
that the House welcomes and note the initiative by the Rugby World Cup Sevens 2022 to turn plastic cups waste that will be collected at the tournament into bricks that will be used to build affordable housing in the Western Cape. This initiative follows a pilot project by the South African Rugby earlier this year in a test match where they collected waste and converted it into pellets which were used to manufacture bricks. This will go a long way in making sure that the poorest of the poor get houses quicker, unlike the previous plan of the DA-led provincial government, which planned to teach communities how to build the so-called better shacks for themselves. I so move, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There are, Honourable Clerho, that motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize you again, Honourable Clerho.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that the House condemns in the strongest terms the conduct of a police sergeant stationed at Samora Machel who collided with 3 pedestrians whilst using a police vehicle under the influence of alcohol on duty. The accident resulted in the death of a 7-year-old girl, whilst the other 2 women were seriously injured. It is said that we find ourselves in a situation whereby those who should administer law and order are actually doing the total opposite. I so move, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. Honourable members, that concludes motions without notice. We will now begin the subject for discussion.
For your attention, honorable members, it's me in the House now. If the House may please come to order. We will now deal with the subject for discussion in the name of Honorable Nkondlo. It also is printed in the order papers. I'll hand over to Honorable Nkondlo.
The honorable one.
I'm the
Chola.
presiding officer now.
Chola. Let me greet those that are still left in the gallery who have attended this debate. This week marks 5 months since the lifting of the national state of disaster. At the time, President Ramaphosa said, and I quote, "We are hopeful that the worst is behind us and we are confident that there are only better days ahead. Now is the time to grow our economy and create jobs. Now is the time to get our country back on track. Now is the time to heal, to recover, and to rebuild." The ANC proposed the topic of this debate today, cognizant that it is less than 2 months away from the medium-term budgetary statement and a month away from the payroll. We will be watching carefully whether this provincial government places the necessary priorities on the areas which will facilitate the creation of jobs, tackling inequality, and denting poverty, particularly for the poor. As the ANC, we remain consistent in pursuing policy clarity of this provincial government on the matter of township and informal economy as part of realizing an inclusive and equitable growth. From townships to town, after apartheid, spatial segregation remains. Lisa Findlay is a professor of architecture and Liz Okpu is a designer and social innovator who is also an academic. They write in this paper that townships continues to be sites of struggle and resilience as they have been throughout their history. They constitute a distinct urban typology that must be addressed by practitioners, policymakers, and scholars if we are to transform the spatial legacy of apartheid into a landscape that better reflects the multiracial aspirations of the nation. Townships are a product of apartheid segregation and a racial construct engineered as geographies of social, economic, and political exclusion. Further, the authors tell us that apartheid was more than a political construct, but architecture and planning were critical to implementing apartheid policies. Design practices became cultural extensions of state power, and some professional designers validated the power of the white minority. That is why you would find that if you talk about townships, predominantly it's a black race that is found there. The deliberate disregard and oblivion of DA of these historical facts and their path dependencies to the current circumstances of these townships today is mind-boggling, and their implied sophistry in perpetuating the spatial inequities leaves much to be desired under the scam of equal opportunities in a land and a province of unequals. The National Development Plan adopted in 2012 and which the DA agreed with highlights the importance of the creating incentives and programs which will shift jobs investment towards the dense townships on the urban edge. The plan had noted that there is also little support for the informal economy, while township economies are unable to retain local spending power or attract productive investment. 2 years after the plan was released, Gauteng acted while it took the Western Cape 6 years to commence an initiative under the Township Revitalization Strategy. Gauteng is fast accelerating its dent into unemployment and poverty, notwithstanding COVID-19, while in the Western Cape there exists no meaningful intervention that can be attributed to this provincial government's seriousness on how it perceives the township economy. For their part, on writing in the Journal of Developing Areas, Thomas Utumal and Duduzi Biase write, I quote, "The development of township economy is crucial to the development of the country. Township economic activities play an essential role in the interaction between the rural and urban economy. The transition of most economies from poverty-driven to wealthier economies is attributed to the promotion of SMMEs. The sector plays an essential role in the growth of any economy. As defined by the Gauteng Township Economy Revitalization Plan, the term township refers to old, new, formal, and informal human settlements that are predominantly African, colored, and Indian, characterized by high levels of poverty, unemployment, and low incomes, as well as distance from their main centers of economic activities. Yet, in a rural-urban province such as this province, unlike Gauteng, which is predominantly urban, the provincial administration of the province must also take into cognizance the development of our rural and small towns areas. Gauteng Township Economic Development Act has now backed this revitalization plan in Gauteng and identifies about 12 sectors within the township economy, which includes retail, manufacturing, tourism, transport, ICT, and even the creative industry. It is a historical fact that townships were strictly controlled environments where informal spaces, activities emerged and flourished, sometimes as a matter of survival, other times as a political act. Private minibuses, more commonly known as black taxis, filled the service gap between the need for urban transport and the capacity of the state system. It remains unfortunate that the taxi industry and its entrepreneurship has not been fully integrated into our mainstream economy and troubled with violence that leaves these same communities they had served for decades further vulnerable and depressed. The biased approach that undermines this industry generalize them as criminals than businessmen and women, whilst entrepreneurs in their own right, is an act of injustice and criminal by itself. We condemn acts of violence and intimidation aimed at ordinary citizens, vulnerable children, and women who fell victim in the sketch. The disregard of this provincial government of the taxi industry and combat war talk of JP Smith in the city is reflective of the DA position towards a predominantly black-owned and run industry. Whilst they, through Golden Arrow bus service, are happy with the subsidies of 1.4 billion, whilst the taxi operators are treated like children with the carrot and stick approach through the blue dot. Again, we call for the continuing rollout of the red dot in providing transport to clinics and day hospitals for our elderly and the disabled. But this too has fallen on deaf ears. Again, we have called for the development of a rural public transport system in order to revitalize the rural economy and rural towns. And again, this proposal has fallen on deaf ears. Another historical fact is that townships have lived in provided for the livelihoods through illegal bars or shebins ran out of matchbox houses, providing a much-needed social and often political venue. Spaza shops were all ran from homes, serve as small-scale convenience stores integrated into the township landscape. The poor and inadequate response by the municipalities in the province, especially the city of Cape Town, with its draconian enforcement strategies led by the same JP Smith, to informal traders, unreasonable permit renewals, and requirements of licensed liquor traders, let alone exorbitant fees for zoning, bylaws that are seemingly far removed to what these spaces and geographies are, at most predicated on suburbia special design and demands. The Provincial Strategic Plan 2019-24, nor the PERO or nor the MERO mentions spaza shops, do not mention spaza shops, and we have no idea how much this industry contributes to the Western Cape economy, because this provincial government is not interested in acquiring such a data, let alone even the positive growth which was registered during COVID-19 of the informal sector. Such is leaving this particular provincial government silent on the issue of the informal economy. Again, we calculate the burial societies and the funeral insurance. This industry was valued to be worth 25 billion in 2014 in Gauteng. Again, we have no reliable data on the industry from the provincial government. We shall be putting a private member's bill on the township economy. I thank you.
We are on borrowed time now. We must try and round up. Thank you. I now give the Honorable Minister. Wenga.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honourable members. Thank you very much, Honourable Nkondlo, for sponsoring this very important debate. Just this week, we heard the news that South Africa's economy contracted by 0.7% between Q1 and Q2 of this year, largely attributed to the ongoing and crippling load shedding and the impact of the KwaZulu-Natal flooding. This regression is indeed devastating news for many South Africans who hope for a better tomorrow, especially after the very two difficult years that have just passed following the COVID-19 pandemic. Chairperson, I hope the news this week serves as a wake-up call, loud and clear, that we need major, bold growing again. We don't have the luxury of time. The reality is that South Africa is at a fork in the road, facing significant challenges including high unemployment, load shedding, elevated public debt service costs, along with rising inflation and interest rates. This is worsened by high levels of corruption and the consequences of years and years of state capture and mismanagement of the country's economy nationally. In the Western Cape, we have not been insulated from the policy decisions that have been made at the national level. Our growth rates have largely mirrored national trends, although performing better. We do, however, welcome that in the first quarter of 2022, our GDP exceeded the first quarter of 2020, representing an expansion compared to pre-pandemic levels. The Western Cape also has an overall higher labour force participation rate than South Africa, and at the end of last month, I welcomed the news that 46,000 jobs were created in our province over the last quarter. This is an increase from the 37,000 jobs created in the previous quarter-on-quarter reporting period. This higher labour force participation rate means that we have more people looking for work in the Western Cape, which is an indicator that job seekers who had given up looking for jobs during the pandemic are now in search again. Overall, the Western Cape maintains the lowest expanded unemployment rate in South Africa, according to the latest quarterly labour force survey. While there are some promising signs emerging, it's clear to me that we need to do more to match the increasing demand in the Western Cape, and we are determined to do so. Increasing demand in the Western Cape, and we are determined to do so. To be clear, just recovering to pre-pandemic levels is not good enough. We want to achieve breakout economic growth, delinking our province's growth rate from that of the rest of the country. And to do this, we need to enable the private sector to grow and succeed so that they can get on with their job of creating jobs. And as part of the private sector, SMMEs, including informal and township businesses and entrepreneurs, lots and lots of entrepreneurs, will be critical to achieving this objective. Recently published statistics estimate that there are around 30 to 40 businesses per 1,000 people in townships. An article from Business Tech quotes FNB as saying that this translates to around 800,000 to 1 million businesses across South Africa. Another financial institution, Investec, estimates that approximately 17% of employment in our country is through the township economy. The Department of Coffee and Estratweni Mobile Foods are some fantastic examples of the more famous township businesses helping to grow the local economies in the West Cape. These businesses provide products and services tailored for the needs of the local communities in which they serve and are set up. In addition, township businesses offer and provide immediate accessibility. It's for this reason that the Department of Economic Development and Tourism supports small businesses, including small businesses in townships across the province. Firstly, our dedicated red tape reduction unit works with businesses across sectors and across government, as well with other levels of government, to remove barriers that emerge for these entrepreneurs. This unit has been able to maintain a success rate of 93% for the last financial year, and we're working hard to improve this even further. This unit continues to support efforts to bring services and information closer to businesses, especially in township communities. They have done this by translating all informational material into the 3 official languages of the province, and the information is freely available at various community centres and business incubators in marginalised communities. Creating an enabling environment for SMMEs to succeed also requires providing positive support to businesses so that they can grow and succeed. It's for this reason that we have the SMME Booster Fund, which aims to enhance the sustainability of rural, township-based youth, people with disabilities, and women-owned SMMEs based in our province. So far, this fund has supported over 386 township-based businesses from areas such as Mbekweni, Kayamandi, Idas Valley, Khayelitsha, Gugulethu, Dunoon, Macassar, Philippi, Delft, KwaNokutula, and Zwelitsha, to name a few. With the COVID-19 pandemic impacting on small businesses in particular, the Western Cape Government's COVID-19 Supplier Development Programme was another intervention that worked to increase capacity and the ability of micro-enterprises who manufactured cloth masks, sanitizers, and other kinds of products. 11 businesses were supported through the program, which sustained 71 jobs, including in areas such as Mitchell's Plain, Deersville, and Seawinds. Another way in which we can provide support to SMMEs is by making it easier to do business with the Western Cape Government itself, which spends billions on procurement each year. The Provincial Treasury has established a procurement client centre, which is based in Century City, which I hope the committee will be able to visit soon, offering a range of services to small businesses to help improve the ease of doing business with government. They help and guide suppliers, many of whom are SMMEs, through the tender process and assist suppliers with the registration on the National Treasury's central supply database, as well as the Western Cape Supply Evidence Bank. This surface often makes a complex environment a little bit easier to navigate. Provincial Treasury has also recently gone live with an innovative user-friendly platform and dashboard, which allows businesses to filter information specifically to access all departmental procurement plans for the 22-23 year. These procurement plans include roughly 4,000 tenders in the current financial year. This functionality will help suppliers, which include small businesses, to access and plan for future tender opportunities. In conclusion, Chair, we know that if we want to achieve breakout economic growth that drives job creation, we must enable and support SMMEs across all sectors, including township and informal economies. We must cut red tape and provide the support that's needed to ensure that every single entrepreneur has the opportunity to succeed in South Africa, no matter who they are or where they were born. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. And now call on Honourable Xheko.
Thank you, John. Sorry for a second, we've got load setting here. All right. More than 70% of the Western Cape economic activities are concentrated within the city of Cape Town alone. Whilst there is a little or almost nothing done to boost the economy in the regions and other regions in the province. Communities in the regions such as the Central Karoo and elsewhere experience high levels of unemployment, poverty, and live in squalor conditions without any assistance from the provincial government. Most municipalities in those areas rely heavily on traffic fines in order to generate revenue into those municipalities, which is still not enough. Following the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the South African economy at large, there are expectations of the economy to pick up the city of Cape Town with positive in the tourism sector, which continues to show great potential. However, the same thing cannot be said about the township economies. Whilst township economies boost a great potential to eradicate unemployment, poverty, and inequality, there is no investment into these economies, either from the provincial government or the private sector, or coupled with a lack of infrastructure development. Whenever people from the townships try to operate small businesses, their stock gets confiscated by the law enforcement officials due to lack of operating permits. And whenever they apply for those permits, they experience all kinds of red tape measures. The city of Cape Town charge e-hailing drivers exorbitant amounts of money when they are applying for operating permits and make them wait for years before getting those permits. Another way of making money by the city of Cape Town is to impound vehicles of e-hailing operators. Nothing is being done to transform the Western Cape agricultural sector, which continues to be dominated by white people, with black people only accounting for less than 2%. The Department of Agriculture in the province is not doing anything to transform this sector, with its MEC actually doing everything to please whites in maintaining the status quo. The Pick and Pay Spaza Shop Modernization Program is nothing but failure, which left those who participated in swimming in deeper depth. This is so despite government telling us that the initiative is a success, however, before the end of 2023, there will be no Spaza shop left, which was part of the program. It was just a scam. For the economy of this province to prosper, it will require leaders with greater ideas who will advance the economy into greater heights and eradicate poverty and unemployment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Simari.
Thank you very much. I'll begin now. The role of government should not be to overly regulate or create unnecessary red tape for business, but rather it should be to listen to the needs of businesses and respond by unblocking bottlenecks faced while promoting the ease of doing business. Supporting local businesses, particularly those based in townships, is vital if we are to overcome the inequalities that have resulted from our cruel past and which have been exacerbated by state capture. This inequality is painfully clear and plays itself out in increasing homelessness, joblessness, spatial segregation, and limited access to resources and services, which we see across the country. The solution, however, rests in our ability to support the township economy so that it can create opportunities. The township economy is robust, dynamic, and a competitive space. You need only visit Dunoon, where in Dumani Street, you can see the bustle of local shisanyamas as well as the local taxi rank. Or you can walk around Mnandi Street, where you can feel a constant buzz pulsating around the nearby ShopRite, the barbershop, the salons, and recycling business. Despite the many socio-economic challenges within our townships, the township economy is unapologetically innovative. In the heart of Khayelitsha, Annette Scarp has opened Khayelitsha's very first luxury hotel, the Spade Hotel and Spa. The Scarp's Hotel is an example of what can be achieved if we support township business rather than hindering it through over-regulation. This is because well-run businesses, particularly in historically disadvantaged communities, help to create jobs. They further help to enable communities to put food on the table, to provide good education to children in that community, to buy homes or leverage assets, and to even start further businesses. An example of this, despite the ANC's discontent, is the Market Store project, which was formed in public-private participation with the Provincial Department and Pick and Pay. The Market Store project focused on the establishment of mini supermarkets, and it worked to improve infrastructure in the township retail sector. The department provided financial assistance to the tune of R500,000 to qualifying beneficiaries to refurbish as well as set up their market stores. This partnership enabled Ms. Dike, the owner of Tembi's Market, to start a Pick and Pay market store in Nanga. She started her business on the 28th of August 2022 and employed a total of 10 people, generating a significant monthly revenue of R426,000 for June 2021. According to the March budget process, Tembi's Market received R750,000 from DDAT and almost R1.7 million leveraged from the private sector. When visited by the Standing Committee, she explained that she started the market store to support herself and her children. This clearly demonstrates that by supporting the township economy and not overly regulating it, we are indeed providing more opportunities, particularly to those who need them most. This sector has immense potential, but requires further support, not only from government, but from the private sector as well. An example of this is the Bitcoin Ekasi in Mossel Bay. Bitcoin Ekasi is using the well-established Surfer Kids MPO to create a Bitcoin economy within the local township through the already well-known MPO. They do this by equipping the surfing coaches with knowledge on how to use Bitcoin and providing them with a salary so that their learners are able to access food through payments of Bitcoin. Supporting the township economy is critical given the number of people who depend on it. As Minister Wenger highlighted previously, Investec estimates that 17% of the country's total employment comes from the township economy. Statistics SA also estimates that there are approximately 40 businesses per 1,000 people in townships. And according to FNB, that translates into approximately 1 million township-based businesses in the country. The state of our economy demands that each of us do everything in our power to support and empower all businesses. While the ANC's approach to the economy is to bog it down with laws and regulations that make doing business difficult, the DA-led Western Cape government works to prevent this and even incentivizes successful businesses to become a part of the formal economy. We do this through interventions which include incubators, the Red Tape Reduction Unit, the SMME Booster Fund, to name a few. I choose to believe that each of us in this House would want to live in a South Africa which has more opportunities and where businesses, particularly those in townships, are given every opportunity to flourish. That is why I hope for and welcome a robust debate today and during future committees, ensuring that we truly do support the township economy and create more opportunities for those who need them most.
We are now moving to Honorable August.
Thank you, Chairperson. Based on Minister Wenger's speech, very informative speech, and I would like her to email me a speech. I therefore withdraw my speaking time. Thank you.
Okay. We move on to Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, and I welcome this debate today. Chairperson, according to the ACDP, we believe that small business is the solution to radically reduce unemployment and not big business. And the economy, the township economy, plays an integral part when it comes to reducing unemployment. The question that we can pose, what makes township economies so special? And when you hear communities saying local is lekker, but in the township we say local and lekker, meaning everything is locally a local content and tasty and delicious. Speaker, Minister Wenger mentioned it. There's two businesses that I also saw. The Department of Coffee, it was started by 3 young men in July 2012 with a vision to change the coffee culture in the townships. But Speaker, even they in 2016, the Department of Coffee, this business was robbed and vandalized in 2016, and yet they thrive. There's another business mentioned by her, Estra Twini Mobile Foods, a small business that was started with one person borrowing a 200 rand loan from her sister. And now they bake muffins and sell muffins in the early hours of the morning from 5:30. That must be commended. But Speaker, what I want to say is when we look at small business in townships especially are threatened by robberies, threatened by vandalism. And I want to say, Speaker, that I want to agree what the Premier said this morning. Minister Chelly must implement the Western Cape government's latest policing needs, because one of the policing needs mentioned was the continued skewed policing resource allocation, especially in poorer neighborhoods. So, Speaker, Chairperson, just in closing, load shedding plays a huge part in crippling our small businesses, and load shedding should come to an end. And I hope that soon the Western Cape.
You may conclude, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. We now call on the Honorable Minister Bredel.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, local economies are the heartbeat of our cities, our towns, our villages, and our neighborhoods. It is thousands of individual engine rooms that, when combined, represents the economy of South Africa. Get it right and you will prosper. Get it wrong and you will suffer. As a government, we need to ask what we can do to create an enabling environment for our people to have a safe and dignified existence in their communities. How can we help these individual engine rooms in our communities to run at the optimal level? From a local government perspective, basic services are the starting point. Water, sewage, electricity, refuge removal. These aspects, if managed properly, contribute to a living environment that is clean and safe. It helps to create streets and neighborhoods that are inviting and where communities can connect and build dignified lives. According to national reports, the Western Cape is doing well in terms of local government service delivery to its residents. The National Household Survey states that the Western Cape is the leading province in South Africa providing basic services. Water, 97% of our households. Electricity, 98%, sewage and sanitation 97%, solid waste management 97%. The Auditor General states that the Western Cape is the leading province in terms of financial management and reporting, with 27 out of 30 municipalities either clean or unqualified audits. The Department of Water and Sanitation, in its Blue Drop report, states that the Western Cape is the leading province in providing clean and safe drinking water. The same department, Green Drop, report states that the Western Cape is the leading province when it comes to the management of wastewater. Western Cape municipalities are paying Eskom for electricity. The 4 municipalities that are behind are being supported by my department and our treasury to put plans in place to make payment arrangement with Eskom. Speaker, taken together, these basic services create an environment that attracts investment from the private sector. Investment creates jobs, and people that can provide for their families create dignity and a sense of purpose and a belief in the future for our people. In the Western Cape, we go further. We currently have 32 Tucson centers, 22 permanent and 10 mobile, that house government services under one roof, making it accessible to people who struggle to commute from one government building to the next for services. Our inclusionary housing program is addressing the way in which we balance inequalities in housing opportunities, while at the same time encouraging densification of residential areas. Our RCEP program uses planning and design to create safer and healthier living and working areas through intelligent design. Speaker, but if you walk the streets in our poorer communities, and if you spend time with the people trapped in poverty and unemployment, and you listen to their struggle on a day-to-day basis to survive, you will know that we've got more work to be done. Why are we still experiencing poverty and unemployment in our communities? Speaker, the ANC government has since 1994 systematically destroyed the institutions meant to build our country. The ANC has destroyed our state-owned entities such as Eskom and Transnet. Every day, we hear about more corruption being exposed. Earlier this week, McKeezy, DG of the Office of KZN Premier, was arrested for intimidating the chairperson of the Water Board. Speaker, that is why taps are running dry in ANC municipalities, not because there is no water, but because the water is being stolen. Brian Molefe, the wonder child of the ANC, who was at one stage mentioned as a future Minister of Finance for South Africa, was arrested this week for his involvement in Transnet and Eskom. Speaker, why do South Africa people struggle with load shedding and public transport? Eskom and Transnet used to be excellent organizations. What changed is the arrival of the ANC government. The ANC allowed and supported the looting of and the destruction of the entities such as Eskom and Transnet. Speaker, in the same manner that Eskom and Transnet have been destroyed, the management of local governments in South Africa has been destroyed where the ANC is in power. Speaker, even the Auditor General is frustrated. Only 16% out of the 257 municipalities in South Africa can manage their finances. This is only 41 municipalities. It means that 216 municipalities in South Africa are stealing money and for services from our people. Speaker, of the 41 municipalities who are accountable, 27 of these municipalities in the Western Cape. And remember, there's only 30 municipalities in the Western Cape. Speaker, who oversees the 3 municipalities that cannot account for their money in the Western Cape? Laingsburg, Kannaland, Beaufort West, all ANC-run municipalities. Speaker, in municipalities where there is sound and stable management, you will find private sector investment, which will lead to job creation with a healthy economic base. Government can support and protect the vulnerable members of our communities. Thank you, Speaker.
Please round up, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Done.
Honorable members, I'm very allergic to noise and howling. Please, if you can just do it orderly when you do it. Honorable Brengis.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wambi, Speaker. It's so nice to see you in that position. The ANC will rule the Western Cape very soon again. Thank you very much. We all agree that township economy is vital to economic growth of any city. A thriving township economy will add to combating unemployment, inequality, and poverty, as the topic of today's debate suggests. Can this provincial legislator verify whether
farms, and so he was a very successful businessman, but he was keen to retire and to plant this garden.
there's some noise?
He had to
Honorable Brengis.
Yes.
We can't hear you. You've cut off, but don't worry. We have stopped the watch. You won't lose your time.
from America on ships.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you, but when there's some noise in the background.
Please continue. We can hear you.
When they got here,
Can this provincial legislator, there's some noise in the background, Speaker? Okay, no, it's fine. Can this provincial legislator verify whether sufficient and efficient oversight is done at municipalities whose enterprise and skills development initiatives should be directly aimed at and address the challenges that indigent communities face? Do they help to equip small business? Do they support these small businesses through their chain management? We cannot only focus on incubators, catering services, waste removals. There are upcoming entrepreneurs in manufacturing, clothing, stationery, toilet paper, covers for manholes, who are deliberately being overlooked by supply chain management at municipalities, hospitals, education departments, traffic departments, and the list goes on. How many of these institutions buy local from entrepreneurs in their local municipality? Local municipalities and other state organs must set the precedent by supporting local entrepreneurs. I thank you, Speaker, and may the ANC rule the Western Cape very soon. Thank you very much. Very nice to see you in that position. Thank you.
No, Mr. Brengis, and also for being generous on your time. We now go to Honorable Mare, the former Premier of the Western Cape. Honorable Mare. Okay. And then we move to Honorable Dan Plato, the former Mayor of the City of Cape Town.
Speaker, just a message to Honorable Brengis with his ruling request and suggestion with corruption and with load shedding. That is how we want it. Speaker, I'm glad that this debate has been moved in the House today. Improving the status of our economy is and always has been a top priority of this government. We in the DA have a firm vision of empowered and rich citizens who are able to make the life they deserve with the support of their government. At least we look after the poorest of the poor, something you can't do because you steal the money of the poorest of the poor. For many of our citizens, the township economy is where this vision will start. Already so many people.
Honorable Plato, there's a point of order.
A point of order, Honorable Speaker. I don't like to do point of order on the former mayor because, you know, he's got that stature. But just a point of order on the Honorable Mayor, with deep respect. He is referring to you. Now, he's supposed to speak through you, Honorable Chairperson of the House. He cannot refer to ANC members as you. He must speak through you as the Chair. Thank you.
Okay, we'll correct that. Honorable Plato.
Point taken. Already So many people in this province demonstrate their ingenuity by establishing their own small and micro-scale businesses in their own communities. Speaker, we want to stand by these people and leadership in those communities. We want to give them the skills, the tools, and the opportunities they need to push themselves and their communities forward. That is what all of us want must happen. But before we can equip our citizens with these tools, we must create a baseline social security net that ensures that the basic physical needs of the poorest of the poor are met. For us, that is of paramount importance. In many of our township communities, residents are confronted daily by hunger, the bonds of drug and alcohol addiction and violence. After all, you cannot think of starting a business, gathering startup funds, or building a client base when many believe that is impossible. It is in this way that this government's efforts to improve the social well-being of its citizens have definite economic impacts on the province's poorest communities, as many of the previous speakers have indicated. When this government spends 60 million rand on ensuring the disabled are cared for, it is investing in a more skilled, more competent workforce. When it acts to find jobs for the homeless and provide family support at its shelters, it boosts the economy by getting the most vulnerable employed and economically active, and much, much more should be done. But Honourable Speaker, uplifting the poorest and most vulnerable should be a goal in itself. But doing so also has a profound impact on the upliftment of society from the grassroots level and the economic well-being of our province. This government has brought its services into the heart of communities that need them and continue to do so regardless of circumstances. When a public building in Julius Sholo Street in Khayelitsha closed in July, the Department of Social Development did not stand idly by as SASSA did. They made sure that the services were not interrupted, seamlessly moving into new premises and ensuring no interruption to their services. The City of Cape Town then ensured that SASSA had a place to go. This is because our leaders in this province are obsessed with solving problems in real terms, in ways that matter to the citizen on the street. Speaker, things are tough for our citizens, but we want to do more than keep them trapped in poverty, scraping together a meager existence on grants and low-paying jobs. We want to give our citizens the tools they need to realize their path from poverty. And that starts with mitigating the effects of poverty and social ills here and now. And Honourable Speaker, that counts for this whole House. All of us, we need to put our political issues aside and not play politics with people's lives, with the poorest of the poor. That's for the ANC-DA and who else in this House. And we owe it to the poverty-stricken communities out there. They need our assistance and they need it right now. I'm confident that this government is doing everything in its power to do so, and I look forward to seeing the results of this hard work over the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Plato. You've been very generous on time. We are now going to hand over to Honorable Barnes.
Thank you, Speaker.
We have indicated that then honorable members, I did indicate that while Honorable Dagmar was outside, I'm very allergic to howling and noise. Please try and keep it.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, before I address the House today in this debate, I must, as a young woman, condemn the actions made by the national leader of the Democratic Alliance, describing his former wife as a roadkill and a flat chicken. Yet what is really shocking is that Mr. Steenhuisen has not been taken to task by his party, and we have heard nothing from the women in the DA to express their contempt for such remarks. Again, this confirms misogynist culture within the DA. The DA thinks nothing of women, and therefore they can use sexual harassment as a political tool in their factional battles. I just thought, Speaker, I must raise this today, and it must be registered somewhere.
There's a point of order, Honorable Barnes.
Chairperson, I raise on a point of relevance to the debate topic.
Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Repeat that. Continue, Honorable Barnes. I've taken note of that. Please don't repeat that. Then point of relevance must not be repeated. It must not be repeated. So continue.
Speaker.
Okay, you've got an. Is there another point of order, Honorable?
That interjection from the Honourable MEC further proves the disdain that the Democratic Alliance has towards cases when its
That is not
leaders
a point of
undermines
order,
women in their
Chairperson.
party.
The member
It further points
is
to
out
that.
of order.
Can we, honourable members, allow the honourable member to continue with her speech?
Thank you, Speaker. I hope communities are watching that women are not standing with women on relevant issues and measuring it as irrelevant. Just
Point of order, Chairperson. The rules require us to stick to the topic, and the member is decidedly off topic here, and she's now treading on casting aspersions based on a point of order which I'm legitimately entitled to raise.
Okay, honourable members, let me just explain something, and thereafter I'm going to make a ruling on the matter. Now, you see, on the point of relevance that is referred to in terms of the rule, and also casting aspersion to members, it refers to members of the House. Now, the person that was mentioned by Honourable Barnes is not even a member of the House. But be that as it may, honourable members, Honourable Barnes, can you please continue with your speech and stick to the topic?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I also note, as we are having a very important debate today here, I must say I take note of not seeing the Premier and MEC Mayor on such an important topic that I think it's affecting them as one of our head leaders here on this topic. It also says a lot. Speaker, the previous speakers, Member Murray was speaking on market stores.
On a point of order,
and the MEC.
On a point of order.
Honourable, that is Honourable, who's that?
Mayor?
Honourable August.
No.
Honourable
Mayor?
August.
No, Mayor.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Minister Mayor.
Thank you, our Chair. The honourable member has now just referred that I'm not in the House. I'm on the platform. I've heard everything she said about me. Can she withdraw that statement, please? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Minister. We've taken note of that. You are present, but you are not in the House.
But she must withdraw.
Which one?
Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable members, can we please allow Honourable Barnes to continue?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just didn't see the honourable member in the House. Apologies for that.
Thank you.
Speaker, the Honourable Murray on the other side was speaking on markets here, and it's actually a shame. Two were mentioned, Tembi's market and one in Mossel Bay. At this day and age, we can't even account up to 5. I think earlier Member Nkondlo was mentioning a number of markets that are supported, and they were in contradiction with what the MEC was giving here. So I think for this day and age, it's actually a huge scandal, like they would say in Afrikaans. It can't be like that. Even the market of Tembi, as we speak, she's left with a debt of close to 7.5 million from the Pick and Pay project. It can't be that we are proud of mentioning something like that. Speaker, the next month will mark exactly 2 years since the Premier stood up in this House to announce the administration's recovery plan for the job economy. The ANC therefore finds it up that today we debate state of our provincial economy 2 years after this announcement. After a devastating drought, even though the DA-led city of Cape Town was warned about the then upcoming drought in 2012, and after COVID-19, The ANC believes that fundamental and therefore deliberate omissions were made in the last several years to alter cause and figures of unemployment, inequality, and therefore poverty in this province. This government services just a few privileged. Thanks for the recognizing by the member Plato earlier in his speech. He said we need to do more. So it means it's actually an agreement that it's only the few that are privileged that are getting service from this government. Because of DA policy, our province is worse off today than it was before. The Premier's recovery plan for jobs and the economy announced in 2020, because of lack of political will and wanting to be a nice guy, the Premier and his administration oversaw the continuation of favoritism shown to big business and old money in our province. Somlom, 9 million over COVID was given to black farmers. The advertisement went out through Casidra. It was withdrawn and it was said that it's going to all farmers. Today, ask yourself your question, where are those black farmers? How many of them have survived COVID-19 while the privileged ones benefited? Because of the DA ineptitude, inequality between whites and blacks in this province have risen. Speaker, when you land on a plane in Cape Town, you can just see the difference of inequality. You don't need to ask. When you drive on the N2 from Nyanga to Clifton here, it's just adamant. We don't need to see, but still today we are living in denial of our realities because of the DA's laissez-faire approach. The overwhelming majority of coloureds and Africans continue to live in poverty, while unemployment continues to affect in the main coloureds and Africans. While the DA may be denialist, we insist on being scientific and follow the statistics which confirm that race continues to characterize poverty, unemployment, and inequality in our province and country. 2 years ago, the Premier announced his job and economic recovery plan. We received the details 5 months later. Today, 2 years later, and according to Stats SA, in the latest quarterly labor force survey for the second quarter of 2022, the Western Cape led with the highest increase in unemployment in the country. All other provinces in the country, except for Western Cape and Northern Cape, saw a decrease in their expanded unemployment rate. While the Western Cape was only able to create 46,000 more jobs, they were far surpassed by ANC-run provinces, such as Gauteng, where employment increased with the creation of over 200,000 new jobs. Data doesn't lie. I agree with Premier when he said that earlier. Limpopo created 126,000 new jobs in the second quarter. KZN, 110,000 new jobs. Mpumalanga, 85,000 new jobs. And even the Eastern Cape, which this provincial administration likes to speak despairingly of, created more than 50,000 jobs. The Western Cape under Premier Windy came in 6th place in creating jobs. Minister Bradell spoke earlier of when you speak of people in the communities. We are living in these communities. We know their challenges. We know their struggles. And it's not a matter of hearsay. We go back to them. We sleep with them in the community. So when we speak here, we don't speak of what we read in the book or what we find on data. It's what we are experiencing every day. Speaking of transport, mobilities was spoken about here. There's no planning even for rural areas. In a rural area, you must travel by using your own last monies. For those that don't have money, they must use their last pennies, moving just to ShopRite, 160 kilometers. Yet here in Cape Town, we still have the city to city, no subsidies for rural communities. The situation in rural areas gets even worse. According to the same quarterly labor survey, discouraged job seekers in the rural areas increased by 61,000 people between the ages of 15 and 64 in the last quarter. The Metro saw a decrease of 2,000 discouraged job seekers. In other words, as shown by the data, this provincial government is driving more people to the city instead of creating jobs in the rural areas. The ANC has consistently highlighted how provincial government neglects the sector, which has been able to withstand at all catastrophes in the last decade. The agricultural sector continues to be the most promising sector, But because of DA free market economics, neither of the Premier nor the MEC, the then MEC for the finance, thought the sector deserving of mention in the SOPA and budget, respectively. Because of DA free market economics not providing more state intervention and support the agricultural and aquaculture sector more, the data tells the devastation of this neglect by the provincial government. 16,000 jobs lost in the sector in the rural areas. Yet the Premier recovery plan for jobs and economy of our province is
Thank
shallow.
you, Honourable Member. Just finish your sentence. Your time is up.
Yet the Premier's recovery plan for jobs and the economy of our province is shallow, and as the safety plan and weak as the Western Cape Township Revitalization Initiative. Launched in the last days of the Premier being then MEC for Economic Development and Tourism, the Western Cape was finally catching up with Gauteng, who launched their Township Economic Revitalization Plan 5 years earlier. The result today speaks for themselves. In the last quarter, the
Honourable
ANC
Barnes, thank you very much. The time is up. The table staff are letting me know. Thank you very much. I now recognise Honourable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So my laptop battery went flat, but I've got it in my head. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you for Honourable Barnes for that last 40 seconds of your speech, which I must say was probably the most factual minutes that's ever been, contribution ever been given by members of the House. But I think it was former Deputy Minister Gert Oosthuizen, Gert used to call it. He said, if you don't know how to cut, don't paste. Because if you did use all the numbers in your unemployment numbers, as I said, my laptop goes off, but I'll go on top of my head, I would have quoted you all those numbers from State Survey figures. So you did use some of the right figures, but not everything on the figures. If you did use those figures, you'd look at the expanded unemployment figures in the Western Cape, which by far is terrible in the country, should never have been, which is by far the lowest in the country. Of the Eastern Cape, sadly, terribly so, which should never be. 50% of the people in the Eastern Cape don't even look for a job. Where in the Western Cape, we got by far, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I've listened to the Honourable members. If they're allowed to listen to me, then I'll...
Yeah, please, let's just...
Which is by far in the Western Cape, the lowest in the country. So please quote all the figures when you quote unemployment figures. And then the Honourable member asked for more names. I'll give you more names. Nozinga Market, Mdwamba Market, Mbokweni Market, Mabe Market, Luzikize Market. So there's 5 more that you asked for, Honourable Member Barnes, and Tembe Market, as you say. And then Honourable Nkondla, thank you for opening the debate. You spent 2 minutes, if I count, and 40 seconds on the definition of this debate. Of your 7 minutes that you debated, you didn't bother addressing the core issues of the debate. So let me contribute to your debate. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape and its DA municipalities are again demonstrated why good governance matter. The AG confirming that the firm leadership role and strong controls of government, as well as a competent workshop, contributed to our clean orders. Why has this contributed to our township? A valid question by Honourable Nkondla. Let me go to page 3 of my notes. Look at Khayelitsha Township versus Tembisa Township. Good governance matters, clean governance matters. Tembisa Township, Honourable Deputy Speaker, where Tembisa Hospital is, where it's governed by the ANC. And let's start what happened in the last few weeks. And let's first of all say, rest in peace, Mr. Babita Diokaran, who was terribly assassinated in a township where she was governed over in the hospital administration called Tembisa Hospital, governed by the ANC. She was assassinated, terribly so. The township, it's a township debate. The debate, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the township is Tembisa, where the hospital is based.
Order,
she
members.
asked, what does good governance matter?
Order,
Let me
members.
explain to you how does
Sit
it
down,
matter.
please. Honourable Member, I recognise the Deputy Chief Whip.
Deputy Chief Whip.
Deputy Chief, what's your point of order, Honourable Members? 1 minute. Yes.
In terms of Rule 40 and 42, I can't hear the member and the members even sitting next to me. If the members on the opposition can just please be a little bit softer in their heckling, then I'll be able to hear the member who's actually sitting next to me.
Quite correct. Honourable Members, in terms of Rule 39, remember the loudness, and I'm also struggling to listen myself. Yeah. We're almost at the end of the debate. If we can allow Honourable Mackenzie to proceed. Thank you. You may proceed.
Deputy Speaker, she know I didn't blame
Order, members.
People. The Honourable Nkondla asked me a question across the aisle, which I'm responding to. Clean governance matters. Good governance matters. Take 2 townships, Khayelitsha and Tembisa Township, where the Tembisa Hospital is based. terribly under the ANC-led government. The woman investigating township corruption in Tembisa Hospital was assassinated. In the ANC, they can't handle the truth. Where the ANC government spent 10,000 rand for a bucket. R500,000 rand was spent on jeans, kiddies' jeans. That is how you develop township. You use money, not for corruption, by developing townships.
Honourable Member, please take your seat. I recognise the Honourable Dugmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to ask whether the Honourable Mackenzie would take a question.
No, you may proceed.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I'm responding to the honourable members. So that is facts. You don't have to like the facts, but you have to listen to them. So when you develop townships like Khayelitsha and Tembisa, we don't steal the money. 850 million rand at Tembisa Hospital was stolen by the ANC. And their cadres, not once did members of this House say, why are they spending 10,000 rand on a bucket that you can buy on the flea market for 40 rand? They didn't say that. That is the difference between the DA and the ANC. That's why our townships are busy developing. That's why in Khayelitsha and Mitchell's Plain, they have the most and the highest percentage of building plans that was approved in the city has been in Khayelitsha and Mitchell's Plain. You go to the new boutique hotel in Khayelitsha, they wouldn't have that in Tembisa because they were stealing buckets of money. If you go to the new call center in Mitchell's Plain, there's a difference. None of these members, by the way, have visited the new call center in Mitchell's Plain. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. The DA government allowed, and the building plans as widely advertised, been approved by us, has allowed township development to take place. The Honourable Kaifo says he has a problem at the moment with a load shedding where he's speaking from in the House. Why does he have a problem with? In which municipality is he right now? Not in the city of Cape Town. Because we don't have load shedding in the city of Cape Town. That is the difference between the ANC and the DA. So when you talk about development, honourable members, you can't develop when townships where you don't have no trains. Last week, honourable members, in a widely circulated clip, people standing with AK-47s in broad daylight shooting in townships. Where was crime intelligence? Why was the railway not functioning at Netra? Because the ANC has destroyed rail in this country. Townships like Nyanga, Khayelitsha, Langa, Kalksteenfontein, Mitchell's Plain cannot develop without a functioning rail line. Who has destroyed rail? Who has mismanaged rail? Under whose governance has corruption taken place that a train station that's supposed to take people to Khayelitsha, Nyanga, to develop the townships can't take place. The honourable member talked about the rural development, rightfully so. Honourable member from the Beaufort West, via you, Deputy Speaker, when last did you see a Trans-Karoo in Beaufort West? When last did the honourable member see the Trans-Karoo in Beaufort West or Shoshaloza Mail? She has not seen it for the last 2.5 years. Why not? Because the ANC government has destroyed long-distance rail. So when she talks about rural development, she must talk about how did my party destroy the rail that Beaufort West, the beacon, the third biggest connection line in this country, doesn't even have a train station. It is a disgrace, honourable members. And Honourable Maran was shouting, oh, Gayton Mackenzie is doing this in Beaufort. They don't even know that they're doing it on the ANC's land. I had to alert Honourable Mbalula at the railway line here in Cape Town. Do you know whose land they're building on, by the way? He WhatsApped the Renat Namatakane, who says, oh, it's in our land. I said, Yera, this was a month ago. That is the patheticness of the leadership in Prasa, the destruction of what we see in our communities and our townships under the ANC. I'm still back. The honourable member talks about the taxi violence and the allocation and how we treat. We are probably the only government in the blue dot system. We are the only government in this country during the hard lockdown that implemented the blue dot and the red dot system. Not one other government in this country did it. Which government did it? Which government did it? She can't answer. That's the reality. The allocation to a Golden Arrow is done via national allocation. It's been set since time immemorial, since 1994. How the members can come here on the 8th of September to blame the DA, it's absolutely bizarre. It's bizarre. It's in the legislation by the ANC. They give us the money, we transfer the money. It's called a transfer payment. It's in the annual reports. Yes, see. Honourable member, so when they talk about We at a rural public transport system, I've dealt with that, so there's nothing more to say. The honourable member talks about the marrow. It's Spada shops net in the marrow.
Order, members.
We don't use words like that because we respect the business people there. So in the marrow, a simple Google search, honourable member, which my colleague just did, shows 367 mentions of the word informal
Finish off,
economy.
member.
Why? Because we respect those business. We don't use bazaar shops.
Thank you.
367 mentions. That's what we do because we're a cabin government.
Thank
so
you.
township economies will flourish under the DA and not under the ANC.
Thank you, honourable member. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of the list of speakers and concludes the debate on the subject. That concludes the business for the day. The Secretary, oh, thank you. Just 1 minute, please. May I thank Honourable Wimby for being the chair. I think he's finally understood what it means to be the chair of the House. Thank you. The Secretary will now end the meeting. The House is adjourned.